Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así. Mueve, muevo, mueve.
Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hop, hop, jump, skip up on the floor. If they didn't know, then we gon' let them know. Drop low, giving them a show. We gon' give them something that they never seen before. Hop, got 784, bouncing on the beat while keeping the flow. Stop, watch, freeze and go. Cock-a-doodle-doo is what you eating off the floor. Pop, lock, do it by yourself. You know you the best, you don't need nobody else. Rock, hip, toast to success. You was born a winner, so you never nothing less. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
Dime
wiggle.
qué tú quieres, papi.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle.
que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle.
gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little. Clap, snap, do it from the hip. You can do this whether you stand or sit. Pump, fist, do it with your wrist. Pump it back and forth like you trying to catch a fish. Hip, twist, do a finger kiss. Rocking back and forth as you make your body shift. Top, tick, do it like you sick. 2 + 4 is 6, and that's a ripper thick. Top, 6, we gon' let it rip. We got your attention and we not gon' let it slip. So hands up, move your head and know what's up. Now it's shoulders rolling while you showing them your stuff. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
Dime
wiggle.
qué tú quieres, papi.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle.
que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle,
gusta
wiggle.
cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Make you move just a little, 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 just a little.
Hey, you guys. What's up with my light? I ain't gonna lie, I'm nervous today. I'm never nervous. Today I'm nervous. Hey, what's good? You got better lighting this time. Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? I can't hear you, bro. Can you hear me? My mic. Your mic. Oh, it's your earphones or whatever, because I can hear sound coming out. I can hear sound, but it's not you talking. I can't hear you, bro. I don't know. Oh wait, say something. Say something. Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Pet, pet, can you hear me? Let's go to comments. I'm supposed to have a ticker on the screen too, y'all. I'm supposed to have a banner. All right, y'all. Technical difficulties. Hello? Is it my end? I don't ever know if I can hear myself. Can I hear you? I mean, I can't hear you. Is it my computer? It say my everything headphones is working. Maybe I should plug up some headphones. Damn, bro, I don't hear you. Say something. Pat, say something. Can you hear me? I'm gonna play something. I could hear what I was playing. Here, I'm gonna play this.
Oh, no. Don't be sorry. You're okay. Don't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. I got you, okay? I'm not gonna let you die.
Powerful body camera video of a moment a San Diego sheriff's deputy nearly loses his life to an accidental fentanyl overdose. This is video of Corporal Scott Crane administering Narcan to his trainee deputy, David Five Eye. Now, to save him, a sudden exposure to fentanyl, I mean, it can kill you instantly. It's a drug 50 times more potent than heroin. The deputy had just found a white powder, collapsed as he was being warned, do not get too close to that.
It was in an instant. It's as though my lungs just locked up. I couldn't breathe. I was trying to gasp for breath, but I couldn't breathe at all. I don't think people realize the severity of just how deadly it really is.
That is what our first responders face when they respond to some of these calls. Now, he did survive, as you can see. The San Diego Sheriff's Department posted that video on social media, warning the public about the dangers of using fentanyl.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel.
Hey, what y'all think about that? That shit crazy. I'm trying to get my guest back, y'all. Y'all bear with me. Anyways, what I could say about that is I'm gonna call BS on that story, because when I first saw that story, I was like at first it caught me and I was like, oh man, I really feel for the guy. I really do. But I was like, what the hell happened, man? And like, the story don't make sense. That's the reason why I'm showing it. It's because it don't make no damn sense. What the hell was he doing? He had that kind of reaction from just touching the fentanyl. Come on, you guys. I can't possibly believe that, you know? He had to ingest it some kind of way. So then what the hell was he doing, you know? How did that happen, you know? They're not saying that in the story. And then it's just like the whole story is just to kind of like scare you and shit. But I agree, the fentanyl shit is a real problem. The opiates on the street is a real problem. I think that they're just trying to draw attention away from, the over-the-counter opiates, and trying to say that all the deaths are happening as a result of, the street stuff. Although the street stuff is killing people, but the over-the-counter stuff is killing way more people. Man, I really want my guest, you guys. Where is he? Oh, or anybody else that wants to join. Okay, just to entertain us, let's watch Tim Black. I like the freaking I love Tim Black. This is an introduction to his channel. Hopefully you guys, will check him out. Check this out.
All right. There was an American Airlines flight from Fort Worth, Texas to Charlotte, North Carolina. Typical flight, nothing strange really happening, regular people on the flight. All of a sudden, a white woman on the flight jumps up out of her seat and starts yelling. Yo, 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 yo. And she wasn't talking to nobody, man. It was crazy. People start freaking out like, what's wrong with this lady? This lady's losing her damn mind. Then she runs to the airplane door and she tries to open it. She tries to open the airplane door while the plane was in mid-flight. Do you understand what would happen if you were to open an airplane door while the plane is in mid-flight? First of all, the cabin pressure would drop. People that weren't securely fastened down would get sucked out the plane and die. Then, anybody who didn't have an oxygen mask would die as they would suffocate because they wouldn't be able to breathe. And then the plane would piece by piece begin to fall apart. That's what would happen. Everybody on the plane would die, including the crazy lady. Now, I say all that to say this. When you vote for a horrible candidate, a horrible politician, a sellout corporate Democrat, or a sellout Republican corporatist piece of garbage, racist, bigoted, one of those people, what you're doing is you're opening up the damn plane door in mid-flight. And you are basically trying to kill everybody. All of us, because we're all on a plane with you. Now, if you dumb enough that you want to vote for one of these people, just like if you dumb enough to want to open an airplane door while you're in the middle of the air, that's fine. But do that shit on your own plane. We're on the plane with you. And we ain't trying to die just because you crazy. Wolfpack. Dumb motherfuckers. Read.
Oh my God, bro. That boy Tim Black, man, and he was going off recently. He was going off. They was trying to throw him under the bus. He was really pushing for Nina Turner to get elected, and he was doing everything he could do under his power and using his channel and his, influence to try to help as much as he can to get Nina Turner elected in Ohio. And he's in like a whole nother state. And anyway, so like freaking they really try to throw him under the bus, trying to say, because the chick, it was another black chick who ended up winning, but she was a corporatist Democrat, and she was held up by the state and had money backed by Hillary Clinton. And anyway, so like they sent the Me Too's at his ass. They sent the black feminist Me Too's on his ass, and he reacted pretty strongly recently. I recommend, if anybody's into politics, to check him out. If you're not into politics, you probably won't be feeling this stuff. But I'm so into politics, so that stuff really I'll be into it. So, anyways, that was Tim Black. Hey, Pat, you there? Pat. I heard some sounds just a minute ago, but now I don't hear nothing. And I just got a black screen. Oh, we're still working on the technical difficulties over there. Oh, turn off the truck. We're still working on that. Let me, for all you guys out there, I don't know, this is kind of heavy though. I don't know if y'all ready for that. This guy right here. I really want him to be here for this. But you guys can see some news. Let's watch some news together.
Also breaking this morning, 2 people shot in southeast Houston. This happened on Newport Street near the Gulf Freeway and Telephone Road. Houston police tell us 5 gunshots rang out. 1 person was killed, another injured. We don't know the condition of that person who survived or if anyone has been arrested.
Niggas just be wilding out, man. Why y'all won't just calm down, bro? Like, ugh. I really think it's just too many motherfuckers with guns. Too many stupid people with guns. It's like, if you're dumb, you shouldn't have a gun. Because you're dumb. So I don't know if they have some kind of test. I don't know. I don't believe in IQ tests. But if they had some other kind of test, where is the other one? There's another one I want to show y'all. I got a bunch of shit in here. Let's see. Is he back? Hey, what's up?
What's that, man? I prefer to talk with my headset, but
Yeah.
my truck kept picking up the damn call.
Yeah.
So what's
That's
up, man?
same old shit, bro. Same old shit. Did you catch any of that stuff I played?
I saw some of it. Well, the cop on the ground, and you talking about the. I couldn't hear anything, but I did see some video.
Oh, okay. You couldn't hear nothing.
No,
Uh,
my little situation with my truck Bluetooth.
yeah. Well, how you feeling today, man?
All of a sudden, it
Feeling
seemed
pretty
like
good, man.
everyone.
My bad. Yeah, man, I'm feeling good too, bro. Like I got a little bit of stuff done recently, so I had to try to get some shit done because this is like my hobby and fun and all of that, and but it take a lot of my time. You know what I mean? And I still be having other shit I need to take care of, and I be neglecting my duties. You know what I mean? Messing with this, but you know, it is what it is. It was that video here. Let me play it again since you didn't get to watch it, because it stuck out to me, and that's the reason why I wanted to pull it up and see what people have to say about it. A lot of this stuff is just kind of the spark, you know, conversation and stuff.
Oh, no, don't be sorry. You're okay. Don't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. I got you, okay? I'm not gonna let you die.
Powerful body camera video of a moment a San Diego sheriff's deputy nearly loses his life to an accidental fentanyl overdose. This is video of Corporal Scott Crane administering Narcan to his trainee deputy, David Five Eye. Now, to save him, a sudden exposure to fentanyl, I mean, it can kill you instantly. It's a drug 50 times more potent than heroin. The deputy had just found a white powder, collapsed as he was being warned, do not get too close to that.
It was in an instant. It's as though my lungs just locked up. I couldn't breathe. I was trying.
What do you think about that, man?
It's scary, man. You know, I hear these kids, like I've heard about a few different, like actual overdoses where I guess they were, well, one of the things I've actually heard is that they've been putting it into like cocaine, like they was trying to spread, you know, like I guess, you know how they try to make it more, like fluff it up and all that kind of stuff. And they were putting stuff like that in it, and you know, people overdosing just like in a matter of time. Matter of fact, I was talking to a guy, another truck driver, where it was some people that was in his town. He lived in somewhere in Mississippi, but said it was like 2 people that died from it, and investigations was going on with it and trying to figure out who sold it, because that's murder.
It's so sad.
Yeah, man. And this was a cop that he said his wife got a hold to something. Was it like airborne or like what was? Because I didn't really.
That's the reason why I played it, is because the story is fishy, right? Like you just said, like what the hell? It don't really make sense. Like it seems like they're leaving something out, right? Like what the hell? Like how did he get? I don't see him reacting like that just from touching it.
Well, I think. Well, I don't know. I guess maybe he could have been overwhelmed that much to pass out, or I don't know. Like I mean, I don't think all the details are there.
That's what I'm saying. It's missing a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah. But they're like advising him don't get too close to it because I guess they didn't want the one that was conscious to be affected by it too. So I don't. It's hard to say.
Okay, what I really want to talk about a little bit is like the COVID passports and shit. I know a lot of people want to talk about that, so but I'm gonna be very careful. But I have some stuff. Here's something
new at noon. Today, Canada reopened its border to the U.S. for people who are fully vaccinated. And as you know, for more than a year, Canada prohibited Americans from making non-essential visits because of the coronavirus pandemic. Let's send things out to local 4's Priya Mann. She joins us now live with a closer look at the changes. A lot of people excited about this, Priya.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Everett. And it has been a long time coming. The border's been closed since March 2020. Today is day one. The tunnel not too busy right now, but officials are expecting that to change in the coming days. If you are a U.S. citizen or a legal permanent resident, there are some things you're going to have to do before crossing into Canada. You have to be fully vaxxed and you have to test negative within 3 days of crossing the border. You also have to register on the ArriveCan app that's available on the Apple Store. Now, last month, Canada dropped that 2-week quarantine requirement for its citizens when returning to Canada. The border, of course, closed since March 2020. Now, for fully vaxxed Americans, you can now cross to shop, vacation, or visit. However, the U.S. is keeping similar restrictions in place for Canadians for the time being. Take a listen. We just spoke to the port director a few moments ago.
It's a step in the right direction. And, I think people are happy to be able to go back to Canada if they have family over there or secondary housing.
What do you think about that?
Well, looks like the plan is rolling out the way most at least I think most expected, especially myself. I mean, Canada's always been somewhat tough on entering and not necessarily exiting, but coming into Canada, so I could see them holding some heavy restrictions on entering the border, crossing the border into Canada.
Yeah, because we be acting shitty all the time. So anybody get a chance to be just a little bit shitty to us, they're gonna take it.
Well, I think it's something that they probably want because those who do travel back and forth, whether they're, Canadians and they live here in America and they come in back and forth because everybody's experiencing a, somewhat of an economic hit from the pandemic. So they're looking to inspire as many as they can to spend some money,
Man, I don't want to say much. I'm gonna play videos here. I'm gonna check this one out.
And Monica, turning now to the White House's response, Dr. Fauci made a little news with Chuck yesterday when he said that booster shots could be coming soon for some people, and so too could full approval of the vaccine. What else are we learning today, building on that, on the federal front in the fight against the virus?
Yeah, those are two really critical hurdles, Garrett, that Dr. Fauci talked about. He does believe that once the FDA grants that full approval to the shots, which could come any time this month, that there will be a flood of vaccine mandates in places like schools and businesses that will follow. And that fits in to what this White House has been saying for some time now, which is there won't be federal vaccine or mask mandates at this point. They want states and obviously local jurisdictions to make those decisions for themselves. But we're just getting some breaking news in right now, reports of another angle to all of this federally, of course, which is that according to the Associated Press, the Pentagon is going to require vaccines for all service members by September 15th, and that came as a direct request from President Biden. We knew there had been discussions between the White House and the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, on this exact topic, but they were trying to hedge and wait and see if that approval was going.
All federal employees, the military, mandatory vax is about to happen right now.
Man, yeah, they're trying to go full-fledged with it, which is, kind of disheartening for me, because it's like, I mean, I don't know of anybody. I'm sure I do still have some. I do have some friends and stuff that's military, and some that are civilians that work within military jurisdictions. So I don't really know what their stance is, because I mean, a lot of people I know is okay with it. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, and I think I mean, and I'm not gonna knock the vax. I'm just knocking the option.
And that's what's the actual issue for me, is because if whoever chooses that's what they want to do, if they want to be if they want to help science,
if you want to take the jab, that's fine. And I'm not judging anybody for that, but at the same time, if you don't want to take the jab, then I just don't feel like you should be forced. That's just how I feel.
Well, that says a lot about this country and where it is and what it's the motives behind the curtain, because I don't know, I sent you a couple of videos. I don't know if you had time this week. I know I have hours throughout every day to go through whatever.
Yeah.
And it's
I was working all weekend, but I did check out a little bit of some of it. I did. One of your videos, at least. I know I clicked on one of them.
Yeah, this was some stuff that I had in my archives that I kind of went back to just kind of refresh my memory on some of these things, and like just to kind of keep my staying refreshed on some of that stuff. And it's like good information, and I shared it with other people, and nobody really really gives it. I got one person that was like, thank you for sending that, but for the most part, I think people are so busy trying to chase the money that they don't even realize. And it didn't have anything to do with the vax or anything. In a sense, it did, because this was a couple of years back where, like, I think the video that I sent today, he actually made a mention about nanobots. Like, they're gonna hit you up with the nanobots, and this is something that was spoken 4 years ago. This was before any pandemic. So I mean, this is like he almost pretty much prophesized what is happening right now.
Scary, scary stuff. Check this out.
At first tonight at 9, the Delta variant continuing to fuel more COVID-19 cases among the unvaccinated here in Houston. Now city leaders are trying to do everything they can to stop the surge.
With a mask mandate for city employees already in effect, and another for Houston HISD students, staff, and visitors currently in the works. We have team coverage as we head into the weekend with our Tiffany Justice looking into HISD's plan, and our Matthew Seedorf live to start us off talking about some police frustration over that city mask mandate. Matthew.
That's right, Caitlin. Frustration and confusion. While the city wants everyone to wear masks, the state says you can't require it. A new mandatory face covering policy for all city workers in Houston now under fire.
Our officers should not be forced to wear the mask.
Houston Police Officers Union President Douglas Griffith represents roughly 5,000 sworn officers.
We believe our officers can do without it. The citizens aren't wearing them, so it's not going to do us any good. Most of our officers have been vaccinated.
I think the steps that we're taking here at the city will be saving people's lives.
Mayor Sylvester Turner issuing the mandatory mask order Wednesday for all city employees, including police and firefighters.
We're past the time of government mandates.
This as Texas Governor Greg Abbott currently has a statewide ban on all government-issued mask mandates.
This is a political battle between the mayor and the governor. And to be honest, we kind of feel like pawns in the middle of this.
40 firefighters and 68 police officers are reportedly sick with the coronavirus. Mayor Turner's office tells Fox 26 less than half of the HPD officers are vaccinated against COVID-19. Wearing a mask and getting vaccinated will help slow the spread of the virus.
We're dealing with people that are in our back seat. They're within a foot.
Yeah, so a lot of people are mad because even at my job, you know, because it's like they told everyone that if you get the vax that you could take off your mask, you know, and that's what they did. People got the vax, they showed their paperwork, and then they was able to remove the mask. But then now they're changing it, and they're like, well, even if you got vax, you still have to wear a mask. And so like that news story was about the police, you know, being pissed about it. But that's a real thing. What you think about that?
Man, you know, I hate the, you know, because it's like this is a really tough subject because some people, you know, basically behind a certain psychology, you know, by the way that most people understand it, the information, because some people, you know, are getting just one set of information, and there's others that's getting multiple different pieces of information that have led them to, you know, see things differently. But they, you know, trying to appease one over the other is going to be just a really, really big fight. And you know, just from seeing what you know, I've seen that clip, it just kind of gives me a flash of, you know, how things can get out of hand real quick.
Because it's a whole mess right now. It's a whole mess. You got the governor of Florida saying what he's saying. You got the president saying what he's saying. You got the governor of Texas saying what he's saying. You know, and then you got the school districts saying what they're saying, and the city municipalities saying what they're saying. Nobody's saying the same thing.
Well, and
the CDC saying something different.
Well, and you know, my thing is, you know, I really appreciate, I like the proactiveness of Abbott, because there's certain things that, you know, us as Texans, I mean, most states, but depending on what kind of leadership is in each state, a lot of these things can be manipulated and, you know, pushed further toward a certain agenda or direction that, you know, may have been prescribed beforehand. And this is just allowing a window to be able to push more laws. And I think last week I saw somewhere where Abbott had they was talking about that whole mask mandate and you know, being able to not, you know, them not being able to block Texans from being able to go and come as, you know, they come, because I mean there's science that shows that the average mask it does nothing. You know, that's, I mean, that's just really like the if you really pay attention to it, I mean, like,
I was screaming that shit at the beginning, but I ran out of breath.
Well, I mean, at this, I know, I mean, I was the same way. I didn't really understand it because it's like, you know,
anybody that went to any medical anything knows that like that those little cloth masks is not going to protect you from a airborne like type of, you know, the speculant the stuff can just get on the mask itself and seep through that cloth, and then you could get it that way, licking all on the mask. The mask is really nasty as fuck.
Yeah,
That's
I
why they're
mean,
supposed to be disposable, one time
well,
use.
I bought I bought a bunch of cloth masks, the washable kind for myself, my son, and
We all did.
and of course I also have a nice supply of colloidal silver. So I have my son and his mother to put that inside the mask, because at least that you know helps with viral, you know, being able to block off viral attacks, or viruses or whatever. So but at the same time, just it naked with, like, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, you think about, I actually saw a couple of videos where they went through, it's like the different type of masks that they use for different situations, painters,
It's so common sense. It's
yeah, it's
common
like,
fucking sense.
and this, like coming up to the most dangerous virus of our,
You really need a full body like hazmat suit that has an air control to be able to be sure that you're not gonna catch that shit. So it is what it is, man.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, my main thing is, pro pro protection, like pre protection. So if you keeping your body immune system strong, and if you're in congested areas, okay, I mean, what's the harm? You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's
Especially if it makes other people feel good or whatever.
And
All
I
right,
think
you know
that's
what?
what this whole thing is missing. It's such an ego thing. We're so self-centered that we're just like, I don't want to catch his whatever. But it's so selfish, man. We're not looking at it like a community, and that's the reason why we can't handle this shit. Because we have to look at it like a community, and that's the only way we're gonna be able to deal with this shit. Like, we have to make sure that he doesn't catch it, whatever it is, so that we won't catch it, right? And that's how we got to think about it. And it's just it's so then we have to deal with it in a community. I forgot what I was gonna say, because I got all emotional. But it's like the way we go, our society is so egocentric, you know, and the whole thing. Oh yeah, like diet, exercise, that it's all about profit and all that shit. So you know what I'm saying? So because why come all these news stories should have a little fucking subset or whatever saying something about diet and exercise, right?
Well,
Because
go ahead. I'm sorry.
anyone who gets sick and dies from basically anything, they already, aren't healthy. You were saying about eating the right foods and getting sunlight, drinking water, that's really the best defense you're gonna have against this, right? Being healthy.
Yeah.
But
Well,
they're not saying that.
well, and that's the thing, because of course, like, dehydration is one of the fastest ways for someone to get sick, because your blood is not flowing the way it should, your cells are not oxygenated, and is not in the strongest position to fight off any viruses or anything that could come about. And even if you are drinking a bunch of water, that's really not the best way to get. I mean, that's it is a good way,
That's
but
one way.
that's one way to get your fluids. But there's you're supposed to get the majority of your water through vegetables and fruits
And
and
fruits.
things like that. So
That's what I tell
if
my
you're
daughter
doing,
all the time. I tell my
yeah,
daughter that
so
all the time.
yeah, so I mean, yeah, I mean, it's good to drink water. I mean, the main thing is to keep from getting dehydrated, because that's where your body is already, going to send you up some different, you know, warning
Signs and
signals.
signals
Yeah,
to let you know you
but
fucking up.
yeah, but like I said, I mean, even just, the little extra steps I take, of course, I try to spend at least a half hour or an hour in the actual sun, because you know, some people do not like, even if you try to take like vitamin D pills, that doesn't work for everybody. So actually getting the sun rays, the UVB rays on your skin for 30 minutes to an hour throughout the day, that's one of the biggest ways to help. But you know,
I tell my
even
daughter that too. You have to, because sometimes when you stay inside too much, or even when you're in your car or whatever, and you haven't let the sun hit you, it's like you feel some kind of way, right? It's
oh
like
yeah,
after a while, you start feeling it.
well,
It's like a
we're
deprivation.
so
Like,
we're solar beings, and that's the thing. Like our bodies is made up of electricity, and that's like one of the main ways to be able to reinvigorate your body is with sunlight. Because I mean, you could be clogged up in the house all day, and then even just opening the curtains is kind of like, oh wow, you get a whole new, you know, life, more life to you. But actually getting out and getting the sun on your skin, maybe even, because I think even the what do they call it, when you don't stare right into the sun, but you kind of allow the sun rays to be able to hit your eyes as well. Because I mean, that's just it's just good for us to be able to get the sun
yeah, man.
daily.
Yep. Because when you get depressed, you be all in the dark and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, check this out.
It was a busy weekend for Houston police. At least 9 people were shot across Harris County last night, including a mass shooting inside a nightclub where there was a fight. Fox 26's Matthew Seedorf has the details as loved ones anxiously await arrests.
A deadly mass shooting off 1960 in North Harris County. A fight erupting with gunfire inside Club Visions. 6 people shot, 1 airlifted to a hospital. Derek Johnson, a father, killed.
It was senseless. It was heartless.
Johnson, known as D100, performed at the club Friday night.
It's been really hard to deal with.
Essence Hebert, a close friend.
My brother had a good heart. He had dreams. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to fulfill.
Authorities busy overnight Saturday and Sunday morning, responding to at least 5 shootings across the Houston area. A 16-year-old hit off Willcrest Drive. Police at the scene also targeted by gunfire.
Somebody fired a shot from a pellet gun or a slingshot, broke out the rear window on my patrol vehicle.
1 woman killed off Rolling Creek Drive in North Harris County. Deputies believe she just moved to the area and had been staying with family at this hotel.
Female had left her room here at the In-Town Suites and went outside and met with someone. We're not sure who that is right now.
At least 9 people injured by gunfire overnight Saturday. 2 people killed.
We're not going to rest until he has justice.
Many families impacted. So far, no arrests have been made. If you have any information, call police. Live in Houston tonight, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 26 News.
What'd you think about that?
Man, this is crazy. And shoot, I was just thinking, I was like, man, that sounds like that's pretty close to my house. Well, where I used to live in Houston. But man, 9 people shot, 2 killed. And was he a rapper or something?
Yeah, one of the guys that was killed. Yeah.
Man, that's sound like a lot went on this weekend.
It's so crazy, man. And like what I was saying is, I think it's too many stupid motherfuckers with guns. But it's funny that was Fox News. That they love to jump on shit like that because I think that there's a segment of America that gets a perverse pleasure from those kind of news stories. And it really makes me sick. It really makes me sick. And it's not necessarily a racial thing. I'm gonna play another video to back this up because like people have no compassion for human life, man. And it's okay to laugh at people dying and stuff. Like, man, I mean, like, however you feel about somebody, them getting murdered is, I'm sure, not something that anybody wanted to happen to them.
No, I'm sure when they left home, that's not one of the things that they was expecting, you know, to be the ending of that night. Man,
Yeah.
yeah.
So what I've been seeing a lot that bothers the shit out of me is I've been seeing a lot of memes about people who like refused to take the vaccine and then they died right afterward or whatever, or they died from COVID because they didn't take the vaccine. And then it's these big old news um, organizations are pushing these news stories where that happened. And it's like, they're all somber in the story, but it's clear that, the point of the story is to make people feel like, oh, you didn't take the vaccine. But then he's like, he's a dumbass. He should have took the vaccine. That's why his dumbass died. What I'm saying is, it's a heartless ass fucking. You know, it's really cold.
Yeah, well, the issue that I really have is that they don't really, you know it's not really that transparent for us to really be able to, for certain say this person did, this person didn't, and this, that, and the other. Because I've heard, like, there was I was on I don't know if it was TikTok or Instagram or something. What, it was probably TikTok. Actual nurse, she was complaining about, them having to take the shot, and it's like, after seeing all of these people that has taken the shot, that's coming in with tremors, with
But
this and
but
with
but
that.
either way, that person, that individual, regardless of their profession, should have their own choice in the matter. You know what I mean? And it's like
Exactly.
they're making people, they're drawing. It's becoming a real line in the sand. It's so fucking crazy, man. Here's something. I think this is it. Hold on.
I'm bleeding right over here for CNN. Terrible, awful. But hey, things can happen to anybody in the media.
And that's the New York Post posting a
Yeah.
story about a guy who was an anti-vaxxer and ended up dying from COVID. So, like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think they try to rub it in, people's faces, or trying to, because I mean, the biggest thing in politics is fear. Their main way to sell their policies, their, you know agenda, is usually through fear. And looks like this right here was like a "I told you so" type of moment, which is crazy as hell. Because I mean, regardless, I mean, shoot, there's people who may not be or might be vaxxer, pro vaxxer, and it's gone too. So I mean, is that being put on TV? Here's somebody who went and, took the shot, and he's here, but guess what? He's dead. Like, you're not gonna hear that, because
They're not gonna make that a story.
no, they won't make that a story because, like, oh, well, then that's gonna make us, everything we trying to do look bad. So I mean, it's pick and choosing. That's, I mean, and that's
We're
and that's
so fucked. We're so fucked. It's scary. It really is scary, man. I'm scared. So, I mean, I'm not scared of dying. I'm afraid of what this whole thing is turning into. What we're gonna have to deal with, the people living. What the people living gonna have to deal with. That's what I'm scared of.
Well, that's you know, things that's crossed my mind, but you know, like I said, I mean, I can only do what I can do because I mean, you know, I have my stance and that's where I live. You know, I'm gonna just keep it pushing the best way I can. You know, not necessarily a anti-vaxxer. I just not really into, you know, putting myself on the chopping block or, you know, like I don't want to be the test crash dummy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the fear I have is that, you know, if it's something that has been tested, tried and true, you know, maybe.
They did it way too fast, way too fucking fast.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's heavy shit. Let's change the subject because we're gonna end up saying something we can't say, and I ain't gonna lie. That's what I mean by being. That's another thing I'm scared of. Look, check this out. We're gonna kind of switch it to, you know, where me and you strong at. Let's put this there, right?
A century ago, a conflict arose which would quickly become one of the most complex and controversial in the world. A conflict between two very different people for the same territory. To understand its origins, let's retrace the history of the Jewish people on a map. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict will be explained in a following video. The story begins in 750 BC when the Near East was divided into many small kingdoms and city-states. They were wedged between the Assyrian Empire to the north and Egypt in the south. Among them was the Kingdom of Israel, whose people worshipped several gods, including Yahweh. In 722 BC, the capital Samaria fell to the Assyrian Empire. Part of the population then fled to the Kingdom of Judah and Jerusalem, but they would be followed by the Assyrian army as they continue their expansion towards the south. The region then remains under their control for a century until the fall of Nineveh to the Babylonians. Egypt and Babylon would then compete for territories of the old empire, but the Babylonians quickly take over and project their power in the region. Jerusalem resists this new rule and rebels. The Babylonian army then returns to besiege and destroy the city. Much of the population is then moved to the capital. In 539 BC, the Achaemenid Persian Empire takes over Babylon. The new king authorizes a free passage for Judeans, prompting many to return to Jerusalem. They would then rebuild the city and organize the foundations of Jewish culture by building the Temple of Solomon and writing the Torah. In 334 BC, the ambitious young Macedonian king Alexander the Great set out with his army to conquer the known world. In just over 10 years, he rakes up a huge territory and builds many cities. But exhausted by conquest, he died at age 32 in Babylon without an heir of governing age. The empire was then divided by his generals into various Hellenic kingdoms. Judea came under the control of the Ptolemaic dynasty. A Jewish community settles in the new city of Alexandria, and the Torah is translated into Greek. Following a war against the Seleucid dynasty, Hellenic and Jewish culture developed friction to the point that one of the altars of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem was dedicated to the worship of Zeus. A traditionalist anti-Hellenic Jewish militia is organized and takes control of Jerusalem in 164 BC. The temple is restored and the kingdom of Judea becomes independent. A century later, the region was conquered by the Roman army. The Judeans would organize two major revolts against the new regime, which were violently crushed. The first revolt in 66 provoked the siege of Jerusalem, followed by the destruction of its temple. The only wall of the enclosure that survived would become known as the Wailing Wall. During the second revolt, the city was razed and a great part of the population slaughtered. This time, the Jews were forbidden a safe passage to Judea. Many migrate to Galilee and across the empire. Towards the end of the Roman Empire, Christianity was the dominant religion and Jerusalem a place of pilgrimage. The largely well-to-do Jewish community in the Mediterranean basin began to be persecuted, especially in the Visigoth and Byzantine empires. In the 7th century, following the birth of Islam, begins an Arab conquest. In some cases, Jews support the conquest in the hope of better conditions. They are tolerated by the Arabs and only polytheistic peoples are forcibly converted. In Jerusalem, the Dome of the Rock is built, making the city holy to the 3 monotheistic religions. The Arabs arrive in the Iberian Peninsula, which they call Al-Andalus. Here, 5% of the population is Jewish, ushering in a golden age of culture. Meanwhile, in Europe, Jews are not only tolerated as people who witnessed times before Christ, but also as the sole traders between Catholics and Muslims. This allows Jews to gradually establish themselves in all of Western Europe. In the 11th century, the Seljuk Turks, a Central Asian people, began their expansion and reached Jerusalem. They persecute Christians and forbid pilgrimages to the city. In response, Christians in Europe organized crusades, military and religious expeditions to the Holy City. Along the way, they massacred Jewish communities who they now consider a deicide people who killed Jesus Christ. In 1347, Genoese merchant boats from Kaffa helped spread the Black Death. In 5 years, the disease wreaks havoc in Europe, killing almost half its population. A rumor spreads accusing Jews of poisoning wells, resulting in their persecution mainly along the Rhine and Rhone region and their eventual expulsion. In Spain, the Reconquista ends. The Catholic kings serve an ultimatum to the Jews to either convert or leave. The majority who choose to leave settle along the Mediterranean coast, mainly in the Ottoman Empire, where they are welcomed. The Poland-Lithuania Commonwealth becomes a haven for Jews from Western Europe due to favorable migration policies. In the 17th century, the region hosts more than 300,000, or about half of the Jews in the world. But everything changed in 1648 with the revolt of the Cossacks' Ukrainian presence against the nobility and the Jews. They accused the Jews of having a privileged relationship with those in power. More than 100,000 Jewish people are killed or flee the region. This episode would weaken the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, besieged on all sides by neighboring powers. In 150 years, the regime falls and its territory is carved up. The Jewish community is divided and 900,000 of them find themselves in the Russian Empire, where they are not welcome. They quickly become the targets of attacks called pogroms, a Russian term meaning devastation. Given the lack of response from authorities, these attacks become more frequent and deadly. The Jews then emigrate to the United States and Western Europe, which in the meantime has improved their living conditions. It is in this context that the first Zionist Congress is held in Basel in 1897, contemplating the founding of a new homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine. But the Ottoman Empire is fiercely opposed to the project. A few years later, the First World War breaks out. The Ottoman Empire fought alongside Germany. When the Allies were in trouble and desperately sought further support, the then British Minister of Foreign Affairs, Arthur Balfour, wrote an open letter promising a Jewish homeland in Palestine in return for Jewish support. In parallel, they support the Arab rebellion against the Ottoman Empire by promising them independence in the liberated territories. At the end of the war, the map of the Middle East was redrawn and divided up between the European powers. Palestine comes under the British mandate, marking the beginning of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
I know that was a lot.
Yeah, it was. It went through a lot of history real quick. I mean, I guess for, gave some different points from from BC time till I guess modern time. So
What do you
what's
think about
um
just the first reaction, first thoughts that like something you was thinking while I was playing?
well, I don't know. My mind is crazy. I'm like, a lot of these things, I don't know how accurate that stuff is.
That's the first. That's what I was looking for. Okay, now that's the reason why I played this is because like it was let's say it was from a let's say it was a it's from an Eastern European point of view. Let's just say that, you know.
Well, and I guess the biggest thing, because I'm looking at the as the time is moving along, they're showing the different time periods, and one thing that they never do, like, and then of course these places they're given current names when some of these places weren't even called what they're saying it was called during those periods. So it's like, is that a accurate reflection of history if, names have been changed since then? If you, all right, let's just say, because, of course, whenever somebody overthrows a government, let's say, you've been occupied by someone, most times they change the name because that's where they are able to claim
It's so
their,
important.
yeah,
Dominance, control.
yeah, yeah. They change the name of what they took over because, I mean, if they leave the same name, they're still showing possession for those people.
Whoever it was before, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like that's that it's real unfair to anyone that is not into a true historian or has studied a bunch of history, because it doesn't really give a, because I mean, like we discussed the other night, was timelines are important, and the actual
He
being able
tried
to
to
name.
he tried to hold that timeline, but that shit wasn't accurate. The timeline
No,
wasn't very accurate either. But
no,
you have to know a lot of shit to be able to. But and it was still good. I always watch shit like that because you can always get shit from that. Like
yeah, no,
like yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, no. I mean, you can get it, but I'm speaking more so for those who are not historians, people who don't know all these things because they don't know where it's off at, and maybe even some of the places where, what they were actually called during those times, because like Czechoslovakia was what I mean,
Um,
was it
Slovenia,
Slovakia. So yeah, something like that. Yeah, Slock.
something like that.
Yeah, but I get tongue tied when I say it, Slovakia or something, whatever it was called. Like, I mean, that gives more context. So if you actually go look up in books and
Right.
try
Those
to,
words, those names mean a lot. That's how you can trace histories. Exactly.
yeah.
And it means a lot. That's how you erase history is by fucking not acknowledging those names. That's what
Because
you're saying, basically.
and my thing too is like the Jews that was in what they call in Spain, because Spain didn't exist until like
And
the
you saw that big ass
1500s.
territory they gave them. They never had no fucking. That was ridiculous. In the
Well,
map,
I'm gonna tell you, because I mean the way I look at it, Europe is just North Africa that broke off after earthquake or whatever happened in that time. But still, in all, like North Africa, the like the Moroccan Empire that existed there, the Ottoman Empire, which was Carthage, the Phoenicia, which is now Lebanon. Like, I mean, a lot of these great powers that was all connected. Like, some people do know it by the Ottoman Empire, but that's where like they took over rule. Like the Ottoman Empire took over rulership in a lot of Europe, and that's what we call today Spain,
the Moors.
France, yeah, the Moors. So I mean, And when they spoke of the Jews with no context, a lot of people will think it's the Jews that's sitting over in what we call Israel that started up in 1948 or whatever.
Yeah, the Ashikashi.
The state of Israel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally
So
different.
yes, because the
You need that
Jews that's
context.
exactly that's what I'm saying. Like I mean, that's what I don't like about a bunch of that stuff. You know, they're not really honest about how they you know
Yeah, and
proceed.
one of the
Well,
parts that stuck out to me was like, what did they say that they did the Crusades to try to save Jerusalem or some shit? What did they say? I was like, what the fuck?
that doesn't even go with the like. I mean, if we went through it biblically, like, would it even does it even match up with that? I mean, what because I mean, I know a lot of people, which I think is a falsehood, is to try to use the Bible totally for history. And I'm like, dude, there's books of firsthand accounts from these periods that these are primary resources of people who was there. And of course, from person to person, there could still be a different perception or a different point of view from in their books, but in most cases, a lot of those things line up, especially with the significant, you know, things that actually happened during that time. But you
And
know, I,
and that's why I'm doing this channel is because even though like that little video was dry and hard to get through, you know, if anybody watched it, hopefully they learned something, because there was information there that can
yeah,
help. Yeah.
yeah, it definitely can help. At least it did give some context of some of the things that happen, in those areas. But like, you really selling people short by not actually putting those names, the actual names, who those people were. Like, I mean, if you don't really have full context, that's just like right now, like, what we call Black Americans right now don't even know that they've been on their own land, even though Martin Luther King, tried to tell them before they killed him. It's
That's
like,
I really think that's why they killed him too. Once he started talking like that, oh,
oh
this
yeah,
nigga gotta go.
well yeah,
This
and
nigga gotta go.
that's actually, the way he spoke was in a Masonic tone. So he was a 33-degree Mason. He had received some knowledge. He wasn't at the top of it, but he knew enough to be able to quote because thine eyes have seen the glory, and from he's seen from the mountaintop, and this, that, and the other. So
Yeah.
he
And I had to re-examine MLK because I was a Malcolm X dude. My dad was Muslim, Nation of Islam. I read the autobiography of Malcolm X when it came out, and and I saw the movie the day the week it debuted. I was into Malcolm X, so that's like, and then back then it was kind of like you had to choose, the as a black man, right? You either choose to be, like the black militant type with Malcolm X, or more passive and type being MLK. Anyways, that's the view or whatever that
yeah.
that was given or whatever. So and I would take Malcolm X all day. I'm like, man, no, I'm taking Malcolm X. But as I've gone as an adult and have gone back and looked at MLK, that nigga was gangster as fuck too.
Oh yeah,
He was
nah. I
gangster.
mean, I mean, you gotta really, if you're not really put it into real context, because I mean, it does take a lot of maturity to have the stance that he had, that Martin Luther King had. Because I mean, any of us can, get angry and be ready to go tear up some stuff.
Right.
So, I mean, that part's easy, but to really be able to keep your cool and not, because I mean, I mean, he was in a lot of different situations, and not with, of course, like it wasn't uncommon for black people to be Republicans at that time, but for those who didn't, really see from his point of view, he dealt with probably more issues with his own kind than he did with, Caucasian, with the so-called white people. So I know it had to be tough, and of course, I didn't really have a full understanding until later on, because I guess based on schooling, Martin Luther King was the one that was actually the one who was talked about and given a pedestal, so to say, within our textbooks, our history, and things like that. But I also appreciated Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad's Message to the Black Man was the actual first book that I read um, outside of school. So I had a great appreciation for it. But really, once I'm old enough and I was mature enough to realize that it still took a bunch of heart to be able to take the stance that Martin Luther King took too. I mean, shoot, I'm not going somewhere where I know somebody ready to whip my ass, and I'm not gonna be, I'm not protected. You know what I'm saying?
He
They
got
got
he,
baseball bats and guns.
yeah, he got his ass beat a few
Dogs.
times. I want to say he got teeth knocked out one time.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna do it. You know what I'm
That
saying?
nigga,
So
that nigga was gangster in a lot of ways, but when he started talking about that economic shit, that's when they
Oh,
got on
oh,
his
oh yeah,
ass.
that's where the fall of it was. When you start talking about, because I mean, he's looking at, because I mean, he was for the people, and it's kind of tough to be able to play both sides, because he understood more of the government processes and the things. Because I mean, one of the things that I think oh shoot, what was his name? I forget the president that he was talking to, but he's like, all right, well, that you got the solution, well, go out there and make me do it, because you gotta, there's processes, you gotta do you know Congress and this and that and whatever. So or, to be able to get the bill in front of him to where the president would be forced to or demanded to do his job. So and then the people thinking, oh well, shoot, he friends. That's his, like he's dealing with all kind of different stuff and trying to balance that. That's I can only imagine the kind of things he was going through at the time. And not to say the Nation of Islam, like they started up all kind of campaign of talking about how weak he was, and you know brown, calling him a brown nose and this, that, and the other. But before it was all over, you know Martin Luther King and Malcolm was having meetings, and Elijah
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad, that they all had different
Yep.
meetings where they were actually able to get different perspectives and
They had to
understanding,
bust
because
that shit up. They had to break that up.
yeah,
That's some scary shit. Think about it. And all of them niggas would be alive today. They would still be alive today. And you know what makes me angry? Because all of the shit when they do about MLK, like MLK and all this, the white folks and all that. And I'm like, bro, y'all did not like that nigga when he was alive. If he was alive now, y'all would not like that nigga. Y'all only like that nigga because he dead. You know what I'm saying? And he represents this I have a dream, let's all hold hands shit. And
well,
and and
well,
that is not this. That's not. That should not be his legacy.
well, listen, I mean, because one of J. Edgar Hoover's things that of course, came out really maybe a decade or more or so ago, about him and you know trying to, I guess, keep wraps on the messianic figure that would be coming out of America. So anybody who had a powerful voice, they were potentially a messianic figure, as in Jesus. And pretty much we end up well, yeah, I'm gonna say we, because as a people, we the ones who actually killed Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? And
Whoa,
Malcolm X and all.
whoa, that's heavy. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, there's CIA operatives that was right underneath him.
Oh, you talking about the black folks that infiltrated? Oh, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Totally, totally. I didn't know
yeah,
what you meant. Okay, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
You know what I've said in my videos before. One of the things that us as a community we have to accept, because we're the original man and we go all the way back. We've always been on both sides of fucking all conflicts. So
Well,
we're the good guys and the bad guys. We be on both sides, man. We fight with
yeah.
with God and we fight with the devil.
Well, and see, the thing about it is, uh, depending on what perspective or what point of view you're looking from, you you're not gonna be able to appease everybody, and it's you know, if you have some of the biggest responsibilities of people, you know, you might think that somebody's gonna look at you as being a cruel person, but at the same time, you're doing the best you can for a big group. You're not gonna get totally caught up on individuals.
Hey, bro, I'm doing a live, bro. Come call in on the live, bro. I'm doing a live. Call in on the live. All right, bro. I'll hit you back.
That's Bobby.
Nah, that was my cousin Marquise.
Oh, okay.
I did a stream with him. It was pretty good. The people liked him. It seemed like he got a good response.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man. It's until I can only just by me analyzing, I analyze everything, and just to kind of look at it, try to put myself in different shoes, and looking at the responsibilities that certain people have, and those people who don't understand those responsibilities, how they can look at it. It's gonna be hard for both sides. Some people, some people just not gonna get it, and the other is gonna look bad to somebody, or you know a great deal of people, just because of you have to make a decision, and it's not going to benefit everybody. So
And I saw a meme that was like, "You're a bad guy in somebody's story, or you're a good guy in somebody's story," some shit like that. And it's like that's how it is. So, and that's what I be saying though. Everything is complex, anyways. What we were saying in the last video, it's the yin and the yang. It's all one, anyways. So, but that's where we get lost when we be trying to fucking. But what I'm saying is the thing is we like to make ourselves we like to sanctify ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like we're better or whatever, and that's where the problem comes in, because that's what I'm saying. You can't do that because we was always on both sides. So if you feel like we was always the oppressor or always being oppressed, then you're wrong. You need to look at history and face the reality. And a lot of us, a lot of niggas right now today, if they could own a white person, they probably would do it.
well, there are some people who do, if but I mean that's a lot of the misconceptions about America, was that a lot of there was a bunch of slave owners, black slave owners here in America. Now, from the difference, I do believe, is the way that they the way they treated their slaves over, the
And that's always
opposition.
been, and that's always the subject, and that's why people get lost, because they always be like, "Oh, well, the Africans sold slaves, so yeah." As soon as you talk about slavery, they like to say that, but the way Africans did things was not the way y'all niggas do things, and they
Exactly.
wasn't thinking that y'all was gonna do things the way y'all do things, because they don't think humans would do shit like that. So they
Well,
just don't even they couldn't imagine you owning somebody forever and they descendants and everything. Like, what the fuck? Like, that is some
well,
craziness.
and a lot of the context is missing too, because you know a lot of people, back in, thousands of years ago during the slavery, most of them end up slaves because of war. And
Yeah,
then it wasn't like perpetual slavery like,
exactly.
the Europeans try to do. It was like, okay, you have a time period, and I think through a principle in the Bible of about 7 years, all of your debts are wiped away. So after
Exactly.
they work 7 years, then they're free to go on, uh, to do what they want. If they chose to stay alone, they get a pay, they get this or whatever. But a lot of that stuff is left out where people just looking at that. It was just like, oh well, shoot, it there was slavery from the beginning of time, as far back as we can recall, and but usually it was based on war, not just because I don't like you, your color, your whatever, your skin tone or whatever. It wasn't based on any of that. It was war, and shoot, some of them was able to get away and do whatever. Others left behind. Okay, well, it just was what it was. So I think you have to really kind of analyze it and try to understand from a certain lens to be able to really get the full picture of what was going on.
And that's the story with everything. And that's why I tell everybody to dig, search, learn more, learn some more shit.
Well, most of us are not taught how to learn, or like how to think. Most people are not taught how to think. They're told what to do, and they may replicate whatever it is that they're showing you. But most people don't even think that using a dictionary when you're studying, you can say the word, but okay, tell me what that word means. And it's like, oh, well, they might give some connotative way of, something that it doesn't really line up or whatever. But that's one of the things that I think we need to practice more, because, I bought, got my, because I wasn't even taught that way. I learned how to do that later in life, but I didn't want my son to be, the,
Exactly. That's the main thing I focus on with my daughter is, I don't focus on teaching her things. I focus on teaching her how to think about things. And
exactly.
that way, because the universe is infinite. So no, I can't prepare her for every circumstance that she's gonna face, but I can teach her to how to think, you know, in every circumstance that she faces. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Try to look at it and really realize what's happening and try to make some good decisions.
Yeah,
So
I mean, that's the best thing we can do. I mean, of course, I mean, I don't think you're leaving out, what you feel is important lessons to teach her, but definitely you gotta, you know, teach them how to formulate their thoughts. Well, I mean, even helping do like a science project, and okay, you have a hypothesis, you have your objective, you have your different forms of things of how you format to get to start your idea, and then you know,
and you
but
you have to do that at home because the schools are teaching them to work in factories. So the schools are not preparing them to be thinkers at all. So
yeah,
that's why I focus on that. And what I say, if I was to make a school, I'd love to make a school. And in the school, I wouldn't really teach them anything other than like manners. The rest of the stuff, I'm just gonna make sure they have all the tools available to do whatever they want. And that in that way, they're going to learn things and they're going to find that thing that they're really interested in and learn a lot about that thing. And that's
yeah,
what people need to be doing because we fill these kids up heads up with a bunch of stuff that they're never going to use in their life. They need to know about the stuff that they're going to be doing or what they like to do or whatever. It's too much knowledge out there. You can't learn everything, but you
no,
can learn as much as you can about the things that you're interested in. but you're not given an opportunity to do that in our structure, the school structure.
And I think that's one of the that is probably one of the biggest problems, and why when a kid gets to high school, when they're graduating, the majority of them have no clue of what they want to do with their lives. So if they haven't had the chance to explore,
Yeah, how can you expect them to? How can you
Yeah.
expect them to have any fucking idea? They just been taught dates and names and capitals and fucking square roots and shit.
Yeah, a friend of mine, she's like, it's like she said that gives her son a spoon and tell him to go out and explore. And this is when he was younger. I think he's probably like 12, 14 or something like that now. But it's like when he was a little kid, she sent him out in the backyard with a spoon. It's like, all right, go out and explore. And, of course, he comes back with worms and this.
That's how you learn. That's how you
Yeah.
learn. Those experiences, you can't teach a child an experience. And an experience is the best way that you learn. And we know this. So when you fall down, you be like, oh shit, I want to be careful about that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna watch my feet a little bit more. You know?
Yeah, like Patrick putting his hand on the stove.
Yeah.
And figuring out, oh, well, damn, that's hot.
That's
Okay.
pretty damn hot.
Yeah, I'm not touching that.
If I do that again, that's gonna burn the shit out of me. And that's how we learn. So, but what happens is we shield our kids in and lock them in, and they don't have enough of those type of experiences to really kind of, learn, enough stuff. So, and then when you go as a teenager and you graduate high school, now you really are searching for those experiences that's going to teach you. And a lot of times you head right into the hardest, most painful shit, because that's the shit that teach you the quickest. You know what I'm saying? But that's also where you can fuck your life up at the same time. It's probably going to be a female you're going to run into, and you haven't had these experiences, and now you all like crash and you don't realize what's happening and fall on your face and knock your teeth out. But that you didn't learn the valuable lesson, but your teeth got knocked out. And now you got to stand back up and brush it off and try to go at this shit again.
Yeah. Because I know, they'll end up with a lot of people that I know, like when I, had no idea. I went to college for a couple of semesters in a subject that, if I really thought about it, I probably wouldn't have. But because somebody's like, well, this is where all the money's being made, and it's like, okay, I want to take care of myself. Is this going to be plenty of money? All right, cool. And then it's, wasn't something that I enjoyed or even could really get into. So it's like really being able to find something that you enjoy, something that you can do for the rest of your life, and you don't really feel like you're working. And that's what I'm, hoping more so for my son, is that, he's not so pressured, especially crunch time. All right, here we are at graduation. All right, well, here you can go, you're going to college, so what subject you gonna take? And they got a couple of months to just try to just decide on one thing. That's just, I don't know. We gotta prepare them a lot sooner, or at least let them explore different things of what they do like, so that when it is time to make this different decisions. Because I'm really at the point where, like, my son said he don't want to go to college. He wants to create fucking some kind of robot or drone or whatever. I want the money to be there available for him to do whatever it is he want to do.
And that's my point. That's my point of the school. The school should be like that. Just let them do whatever they want, but make sure they have the resources available to be able to explore that as far as they care to, and that's what you do in the school, and let these kids just do, and they're going to form their own little groups and their own little whatever. They're going to make it into a class, because that's what they're going to do. And they're going to be teaching each other, and they're going to be fucking like some kid is gonna learn like how to code or whatever. He's gonna be over there making video games, and then the other kid is gonna get interested in that, and then the other kid is gonna be like, well, I want to learn how to promote that thing or whatever, make it into a website or whatever. You know what I mean? They're gonna end up making little, and that's what they're so afraid of. And I was talking to somebody about this recently, because think about this, all right? We all know there's no coincidence. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, Microsoft and Bill Gates and whatever, right? So like you have this, and these are monopolies, right? So like, let's say, you got this really smart kid. He's in college, right? And he's thinking of an idea, that could possibly compete with your big company that you have, Amazon, whatever it is. And then so you keep your ear to the street because you are, this is important to you, and you got massive resources. So you keep your ear to the streets. Some dude is in college and he's working on some idea or whatever, and he's brilliant. He's a brilliant kid. And so what do you do in that situation? You're gonna hire that guy, right? You're gonna hire that guy because if he don't
partner up with them,
or because if he won't do that, then you're gonna step on him, because you're not gonna allow him to grow. So what I'm saying is the whole system is like that. Once a kid, they treat you like weeds, once the kid is growing, trying to be creative and is gonna create something that could go against the power structure that's present, then they weed them out, or they hire them, they co-op them, and so that's what I'm saying, so like that's why we need an opposite of that. We need a place where the kids can just grow freely and get into whatever they want to get into, and protect them from these outside, because it's like the whole point is to get a job. So of course you're going to end up getting hired by one of these big juggernauts. All the best talent, all the smart people end up getting hired by Apple, you know what I'm saying, Microsoft.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, like I know with Apple, a lot of these they don't even really care if you have a degree, if you know what I'm saying, like it almost doesn't really matter. Like I think most of them are, potheads and
But they
everything else.
talented. They geniuses, and then they just gobble them up.
Exactly. But I'll tell you, when I was in middle school, well, actually, I had an experience of a middle school out in the country where my family's from, and this is not when they still had like real electives. Like they had a mechanical class where you can go fiddle around with the lawnmower, and they show you different stuff on the car. They had like what was it, like a welding class,
Yeah, it seems shop class is gone, art is gone, music class is gone.
Yeah, man. Like they're taking all of the things that would help them with their creativity. They're taking all that stuff and boring the hell out of them. So the only thing that they could think of while they're at school is, damn, I can't wait till I get back home so I can play a video game.
Yeah, I can't wait to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
But then that's the same feeling that you get when you get that 9-to-5 job. I'm sure you don't feel like that because you have a business. And it don't matter how much you're getting paid, $150 a year, and you just can't wait to get the fuck out of there. You can't wait till Friday. You can't wait till the weekend.
A lot of I know people like that. They go spend their time, and it's like watching the clock, till it's time to go. But
it's sad, right? So you go through school waiting to get out.
But they knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. This is not by hype and stands, and just look at all the money that's been wasted here in America on even we talked about, all the money they send to Israel, those billions of dollars that they send to Israel. If they actually spend it on the kids here, like we could be just as competitive, if not like.
And that's the saddest story, because Trump saying China, he had a lot of validity with that, because we don't produce shit here, and all our fucking talent goes over there, and everything, it's just like why this, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. We're not competing in the world stage because we're creating factory workers to work in factories that don't exist no more.
Well, but that's the thing. Like they've sent most of the jobs, like the factory type jobs, overseas because they don't want to have to pay, a fair rate for you to go and do this job. But the point I was getting ready to make was more so a lot of these kids that's coming from China, from different parts of Asia, even different parts. Like there was one kid that went to school with my ex-wife. Um, when he came to LSU, he was 16 years old. He was done with school at 6 instead of 18, coming to college and whatever. He was in college, starting college at 16, and it was not like a weird thing. You know what I'm saying? Like these kids, they've gone through school, they've met so many different, like probably won different awards, and now they're over here going to school at an early age, graduating at 20.
We have
20,
programs. We have programs like that here. I'm trying to get my daughter into one. My ex's son, when he graduated from high school, he already had an associate's degree, and he was 17.
Well, my cousin went to. Oh, you know who? Shoot, why can't Alphonse?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. So, yeah. So I mean, yeah, they have those type of programs, but those are not in all the schools. You know what I'm saying? You got to go to specific schools to be able to get stuff like that, where it should be, uh, like it should be a regular thing, and it used to be at one time. Like when my dad was coming out of school, shoot, they had 2 or 3 trades. And not to say that, I mean, because we was in the country, shoot, they was already learned how to build houses because, that's what they did. They didn't go, get you know, hire builders to build houses. Everybody came together and okay, my dad built a house for his mama on the property we have out there, and cousins and all that, they chipped in and this, that, and the other. So they already had a lot of different skills even before like they finished college, and then they go off to the military. Like shoot, learn something there and shoot.
But then when you own land, you don't even have to do that because, like my daddy's people, in Riverside, Texas, they all have trailers, but double wides. They nice as fuck, but the land is owned. So the thing is, like the cousins, they just kind of like once they grow up, they buy them a trailer and they put it on the land. So, but then that's people don't understand how fucking badass that is, because they whatever job they have, they not everybody in the city is paying a lot in fucking overhead for all their bills and shit, and they really don't understand how more free you are because you could just work a regular little old job and you can live okay because you don't have to pay all these bills and the land is already owned, and just worrying about as a group they pay the taxes, you know what I'm saying, the cousins. And so
And then it's rural taxes, so it's not really expensive for because I think it's damn near like 70 acres we have just on my dad's side. That shoot, I think now even with adding different utilities there, like I think it's like maybe $500-600 for the year. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, that's chipped in by a lot of different pieces of family. Like you can almost put in like $5 to $10 a year for
and I
for
and,
everybody.
and I wish all these hood niggas would just wake up because they spend all of their money at Louis Vuitton and Gucci. They got the money. They just be buying trash. And they always worried about my $5. What about my $5? They worried about losing their $5, but they willing to put their money in that stock market and gamble that shit. But they not willing to, gamble the money on something that could be something. I mean, like it could possibly fall through whatever it is that you're trying to do, buying land or buying a shop or a business or whatever. And it is hard finding business partners and people who are really going to be down. And that is a real thing. But at the same time, you on the stock market, you gambling on that too. Why not?
Well, if you get the right skill, because I mean, I've been taking classes on the stock market, and I've been learning a lot of stuff, man. And
but what I'm saying is, it's still at the end of the day, you gambling, right? It's a risk.
well, that's what
It's
I'm
a
saying.
risk. It's a
When you
risk.
learn when you
But
learn the skill, everything is a risk.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, and the reason why people don't want to put money together and try to build, like, buy land together with their family, is because of the risk and how they're scared.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that, but like that's where most of the people who do hold wealth, that's where the wealth is coming from, is the stock market. And like it's you know been pretty consistent over the last 100 years. So if you gather the skill, that is a
Consistently
good way.
fluctuating, I would say.
Well, no, but I mean it is. But I mean when you actually learn it, because you can't. It's not that you only make money when the market is growing up. You can make money when the market is going
I
down.
understand that.
So once you learn the
But
trends.
but see, I'm gonna tell you what my problem is with it is, I feel like that is the beast, and I feel like you have to choose to either be in it or not. And I fight with it every day, and I used to watch Mad Money, that show, Joe
Yeah,
Kramer. I used to watch.
but it doesn't teach you anything. It'll
Well, no, I
it'll give
already
you
understood.
information if you yeah, if
No,
you
no,
understand it.
I just showed that. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying I watched that show, because I understood it way back then. That show was an entertainment show. So, but I was already into it back then. And so that's why I could get the jokes and shit. So I understand it pretty damn well, I think. But I think that it's the beast, it's it's the globalization. It's the fucking, they want
Well,
everybody to put their money into that shit while they flipping your money, and it's a fugazi, If you don't, the people who don't never take their money, I mean, I could talk about it for hours, really.
I understand, and I feel what you're saying, because I think at one point I had gotten to seeing it that way. But when you really look at it, it's just you really plainly, clearly look at it as a market. And there's people, you're buying stuff every day that has an effect on the market. Things that you pass by on a daily basis. All these different things that's going on. It's really just based on life. You know what I'm saying? You can, get into the 10-year bonds, the 30-year bonds. You can, actually do
and
day to day.
I understand that. I
Yeah.
get it.
So, but I mean,
But it's partaking, and I'm not judging anyone. I'm not judging anyone. This is the way
no.
this is the battle that I have with myself, because should I just go ahead and partake and make some money, or do I abstain? And it's a battle that I have been battling with myself for years. And I even have the apps on my phone. I mean, I'm so close to actually freaking all I got to do is press a button, and my bank accounts and everything is lined. But I haven't crossed the line, because, like I say, this is the battle that I'm having, is because I feel like, like I say, I think that one of the problems with the system overall that we live under is, because it's so global
The
now.
politician. The politician.
Well, no, excluding politicians, man, because corporations run the world. Politicians talk shit. That's it. The corporations run the world. Fucking globalization. That's what I mean. And they extract resources from here and they sell me some shit over here. And when you get into it, you don't know what they're fucking doing. It's too fucking complicated. All I'm trying to do is buy some shoes or make some money off of something. And but it's the tentacles. It's the tentacles of the evil. And so now you have become a part of the tentacle.
Hold on.
You are now a tentacle of
I
it.
gotta stop you. I gotta.
Oh man, I lost my man. I told him to charge his phone. It was probably the internet. I wanted y'all to see. Let's do this.
Hey internet friends, it's me, your favorite pro VAXX channel here. Trust the science, hon. Just over here reinforcing the narrative even though the White House hasn't ponied up and paid me like they have the rest of the micro-influencers with up to $1,000 a month to promote the VAXX to their fans. I guess they just forgot about me. Paid social media amplifiers for pharmaceutical companies. Talk about a dream job.
You back?
Yeah. Well, where I ended, I don't know what happened there, but I have to stop you where you were saying all that evil stuff because we just had a conversation the other day about if anything is really evil, or we can't call nothing good or evil. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's true, but I feel like it's a war. I feel like there's a real spiritual war that's actually happening. And I feel like you gotta pick a side, man. You know, who do you want to win? You know, the ones who's
Well,
on this
bet on
shit or
your,
the people who's on that shit.
bet on yourself, but at the same time, we've kind of had some, conversations. I sent you a few videos to kind of, I guess for you to be able to kind of see some of the things that I see and, you know, from a different voice because it's like I can't express it more enough to people, especially my brothers and sisters, how important it is for us to nationalize and stop holding on to these slave tags because this is our land, and the reason that the world is going to where like this globalization is because of how much America has been messed up and being run by this service company. These people who came in to rob us blind, that's been occupying this country for the last 250 years, and we haven't done anything about it. So that's why it's there. Like it's our fault because we haven't stood up and actually made the corrections necessary for us to get back on track. You know what I'm saying? That is that we are the problem for the world, not just America. We're the problem for the world.
Oh my god. Dun dun dun.
I mean, I can't stress that enough because it's so real. And like Taj Tariq Bey, like the way he gets his point across because he's got all of his references where you can go and check it, and because I can tell you but I don't have all that stuff on hand to be able to just like, all right, here, go to this whatever, blah blah blah, but I can send that because I've already acted on getting myself straight, and even before then I was still passing the message to different people that's kind of looking at me like, yeah, okay, but I gotta go to work. And I get it. I understand. I get it, but at the same time, your ass go to the mall, your ass go to the movies, your ass go, you go
And that's
buy
what I be
shoe,
saying.
you be
We have to
spending your
unplug
money
from the
on,
matrix. The
yeah,
the the memes everybody have all the memes talking about that. Yeah, they want to unplug from the matrix, but they really don't want to. Because as soon as you tell them like, hey, you just stop doing that shit over there, they're like, nah, I don't want to stop doing that
but
shit.
but look, I'm gonna tell you this because you're talking about feeding the beast. That's what we're doing by allowing them to stay doing what they're doing in government, is because we're feeding the beast by us not correcting ourselves, actually being humans instead of being stock. You know what I'm saying? If we, yeah, we know we real people, but as far according to law and the way that they have deceived, the world using us at like we're out dead to sea. They're taking our estate, United America, and selling one of our slots as a bond or stocks across the world, and they've been bankrupting every shell company that they started in the name of the United States. Because they show it. If you pull it up, we already discussed as a corporation, but the way that they've been playing it all this time, I mean, they killed two presidents that tried to help us, and we still ain't got it. We hadn't got it. So Abraham Lincoln had to lose his life for, helping us. They got him turned backwards for saying he turned his back on them. But when he realized that they were using him to try to, you know, diminish the actual United States of America, he he didn't, he was like, no, he bankrupted the corporation. Then when what's the Kennedy, JFK, they killed him for trying to repair the whole monetary system that they were, screwing us over for. So I don't know, man. We got to do better. We got
Yeah,
to
I'm
take
here.
it. Yeah, I mean, we just got to take it serious. I mean, I argue with my cousin, well, like almost as if he's giving up, like he feels like they just got so much power and this, that, and the other. It's like, no, if you really understood what was going on, the Chinese, like the real Chinese, not the ones you see on TV and this, that, and the other, just like who we can be in America, because we could have still had them running the country or operating, as the politics in the country, but the power would still be with us. We can have it operating that way if we don't have enough people to do it ourselves, or if we don't necessarily want to hold those offices. But we have to do something in order to be able to take over, when they mess up, where we can say, no, this is what's going to happen, blah blah blah. That's
Power,
Yeah,
power,
yeah,
and
because
that's the whole thing.
they call them the Manchurians, uh in China, the ancient people of Asia. So they the ones that's really looking out for us, and they willing to come over here and chop some heads off, because they know we don't have you know the
Power.
means to yeah, we don't have the means, the power to actually just do that ourselves. But if we get ourselves right mentally to where we can handle this, and they like all this stuff can end, and it don't have to be a global uh
So
government
what?
or one.
Let me ask you. So what do you think could happen? Like, let's say people are doing what you're doing, and becoming nations.
A
How would
national
that nationalists? How would
the,
that work? Like let's say across the South, like if a lot of people did it and all that, how would that look? And how would the United States react to it? And what kind of what would that look like? You think?
well, they've already there's already the laws in place. They can't do anything about it. Like they work for us, but because we feel like, you know we got to do something in order to get something, our mindset to think that we have to do something for them to do this or that, or like we're asking them for permission to do something that we already have the right to do. You just have to have enough understanding that who you are to be able to just say, like, no, I'm demanding that you
And,
recognize
and
this.
and I understand it. I understand it. What I'm saying is the reaction. What reaction do you think they would have? And also, how would they build? How would we do it? And what would it would look like? If large groups did it and it was like over Louisiana and parts of Texas into Mississippi and Alabama,
Well,
Tennessee.
because they think that we're so stupid, and we're just, cattle, we just been following in the line of cattle to go get milked or get our necks cut off. you know, they probably would be totally surprised, because it's like, oh, wait a minute, they just gained consciousness overnight. They really have made, and then they're acting on it. Not that they just understand it, but they're actually acting on it. Like, they would be in shock. Like, they would really, they would really be scuffling around, and it might, they were, of course, like they're, if we want to use the word evil, because I mean, they've been running this game for so long and stealing our money for so long to where, you know, who knows? They'll use the media to try to act like, we did something wrong, but at the same time, it doesn't matter because legally, the numbers are going to show that we're doing what we're supposed to do, and China's already setting up ports and stuff in South America to be close by, just in case.
Yeah, I get it. But what I'm saying is, like, let's say, we come together as a group, and then we have these nationalists, these nations,
No,
and
but
we're
it's
working
yeah, and I said nationalized, like you
and we're working together, and the US would push back. So, but what I'm saying is, what would that look like? How would we, organize it in a way to be able to protect ourselves from them?
Well, the main thing is, I mean, okay, you just cover your ground the way you would just in any other situation because you know if white people that's here in this country know this history better than we do. They're taught this stuff a lot, so they understand. Some of them probably like really wish that it was different because like they already trying to overthrow the government because of everything else because they didn't just do it to us, they was doing it to them too. So like we I mean I guess for me having a full look at it, I can't just say, oh, it looks exactly like this, but we can still operate with some of these people that's here. Like some of these people are already gonna, like most people, like it's a small percentage of people who really have hate for us.
Right. And I really believe that it could catch on because it could, and I think it also makes a lot of sense too, and that's why I say, but for it to really have power, it would have to be it come in large groups, and then they have their own we have our own institutions and stuff, and not
Most of
use
the
none of that
foreigners,
shit.
most of the foreigners here will actually start having respect for us. They would, I mean, because like we look like clowns.
Because we don't own shit.
Well, we do.
And we don't have no institutions.
Look.
No organizations.
You seen Wizard of Oz?
No real community. Go
You
ahead.
seen the original Wizard of Oz, right?
Mm-hmm.
With Dorothy and Toto and all that. Say, bro, that movie is about us. Her clicking her heels and she'll be back at home,
No
but she
place
didn't
like home.
realize.
There's no
But
place like home.
she bumped her head. The whole time this movie's going, she done bumped her
Right.
head and lost the memory.
Right.
That's black people. We lost our
Right.
memory. We forgot who we are.
Right.
And with so she been at home the whole time, but she just didn't really realize it. She didn't know. So we talking about all across the Atlantic of because of all the distraction that's been put out there, but and when the Wicked Witch of the West, her stockings rolled up. That's what's happening with this our economy. Those stocks are becoming no good. The stockings that was what she was wearing curled up underneath the house or whatever.
That's why I
That
can't trust that shit. I feel like if you got disposable income that you're not worried about using, then go ahead. But if you're really just trying to get rich off of it, I don't think that's the way to go.
you get rich off of what?
The stocks.
No. I'm using that as symbolism. This movie for the Wizard of
Right.
Oz.
Right.
That all this is symbolism of us.
Right.
The ruby red shoes was a symbolic of the flag that stood here.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So like it's a lot of different symbolism that's in the movie to try to let us, to tell us who we are. but you know, it was just a movie. You know, so, oh damn, that was crazy. Dorothy was always home. You know, I mean, we don't understand symbolism enough to be able to pick that out. National Treasure is another movie that would give you a lot more, you know, detail of what's been happening in this
Yeah,
country. Like
I was into that. I was into those movies.
Black Knight with Martin Lawrence. They kept calling him Moore. Like, what's
Right.
this Moore stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's this Moore stuff? Like,
You black.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
You're obviously a Moore. Obviously a Moore, nigga. Shit. What?
yeah, you're Moore, but he like, man, what kind of crap he talking about? We don't even the people telling us who you are, and then you like, man, whatever. I don't know what the hell you talking about. Like,
Yeah.
that's us. Like they telling us, Hancock and what was the other movie with Will Smith? It's a lot of movies that's out there that pretty much makes a mockery of us. But
Let's change gears because I had a stream the other night and we was talking about like the possibility of time travel and kind of like is this a simulation, like, and if it was, how would we know it, you know, and if it was a simulation, then maybe is it some like high-tech virtual reality video game or something. So I'm gonna play a bit of this video and then we could talk about it afterwards,
okay,
like time travel and shit like that.
Hey, Internet
all right.
friends, let's
About it.
imagine for a moment that time travel is a real thing. And you have access to a time machine. Do you use it? And if so, do you travel to the past or the future? And why? Me? Well, I'm blasting back to the past because I have some pressing questions that need answering. One of them being about some books American novelist Ingersoll Lockwood wrote over 100 years ago. Among them, 2 children's books, Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, as well as Little Baron Trump and his wonderful dog Bulger, followed up by the novel The Last President, featuring a character by the name of Pence. Y'all, today's video is a serious case of coincidence lasagna, with layer upon layer of coincidence. A generous helping of time travel and a little sprinkle of prophecy, served up by the first family.
It's a time machine, Napoleon. We bought it online.
Okay, turn it on.
Ingersoll Lockwood's book, Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, details the adventures of a wealthy boy living in Castle Trump. And his journey consists of traveling to Russia, depicting a world within a world, which young Baron explores with his dog Bulger. So, okay, it's just a series of silly coincidences that the main character is named Baron Trump, living in Castle Trump, who goes on an adventure using a guidebook provided by none other than the master of all masters, named Dawn. Just a coincidence, right y'all? Right? Well, that's what I thought, but then I kept looking.
This is what makes time travel possible. The flux capacitor.
Do you know the story about Donald Trump's uncle and former MIT professor John George Trump and his connection to futurist and inventor Nikola Tesla? After Tesla's passing, his possessions were seized by the U.S. government office called the Office of Alien Property, which I know you're probably rolling your eyes at right now because the title sounds crazy, but basically it was established during both World Wars. The office seized property that belonged to U.S. enemies, which really doesn't make sense when you put it in this context because Tesla was a naturalized citizen. But anyway, I digress. Tesla's property was handed over about 3 weeks later to a few FBI agents who threw John Trump into the mix, since Uncle Trump had been involved in radar research for the Allies in the Second World War. The United States wanted to make sure that Tesla hadn't been developing anything top secret or sketchy for the enemy at the time of his death. So Uncle Trump looked over those documents and told the FBI there was no need to worry. But what did Uncle Trump really see in Tesla's documents? Were there any fantastic theories he had been working on? Maybe something to aid in, I don't know, a marvelous journey of some sort? Even though John Trump died in 1985, Donald Trump regularly brought up Uncle John in interviews, as well as Uncle John's warnings over nuclear weaponry, saying, "My uncle used to tell me about nuclear before nuclear was nuclear." Which really doesn't make a lot of sense. So why was Donald Trump so cryptic with these statements about his uncle and his warnings? Was he just babbling on, or did he know something? It's been suggested by others that Donald Trump is a time traveler, with his ability to play 4D chess and always seeming to predict his opponent's next move. If you take any of these coincidences or circumstances and you isolate them, they seem meaningless. But did you know that sci-fi classic Back to the Future's Marty McFly's arch nemesis, Biff Tannen, was actually inspired by Donald Trump? Coincidence?
Time travel.
Time travel.
Well, beam me up, Scotty.
To further pique curiosity over Baron Trump's marvelous underground journey, the portrait of Baron in the book series bears some resemblance. If I squint, I can see it. In the present day, the first family's dog is called Patton, named after General George Patton. General Patton is most famous for winning the Battle of the Bulge. The dog in Lockwood's novels is named Bulger. And yes, I know, we might need a little stretch after that reach, but while we're at it, there's mention of an entrance to the inner earth that lies in the Ural Mountains, mentioned of course in Lockwood's books, which is exciting a lot of folks who subscribe to the hollow earth theory, while making others wonder if this is the real Russian connection the news continues to ramble on about. But I want to know about this world within a world reference within Lockwood's book. A world heavily inhabited by strange beings, rooted in ancient myth. There's several ways we could read into that, like with the hollow earth theory, or we could take a look at other prominent works of the time which explored concepts of the unconscious, or we could draw a parallel to present day. What exists now that is a world within a world? There's no one answer, but certainly the internet would be a world within a world, right? Let's not dwell on that, though. We've got more ground to cover with Lockwood's novel, The Last President. The Last President, referenced in the novel, ran with the vision of uniting the working class to make their nation great once more. Elected in 1896, The Last President's stage is set in New York. And like I said before, it features a cabinet member named Pence, drawing a parallel to our current vice president. But what's even weirder is that even though The Last President was written over 100 years ago, the events taking place within the text are eerily similar to those of today. The novel follows the downfall of the last president, with the major event taking place on a dawnless day, depicting civil unrest that commenced at the Fifth Avenue Hotel in New York, being the first site to feel the fury of the mob. Curiously, Trump Tower is actually located on Fifth Avenue in New York. And just looking to the future, a solar eclipse will occur in a few weeks on August 21st. In some parts of the world, due to the eclipse, will August 21st be a dawnless day? Only time will tell, I guess. We can all keep up with the time by purchasing an Ingersoll pocket watch with Trump right on the packaging. God, it's all so weird, but is it all just a coincidence? That's for you to decide. Let me know your thoughts. I always look forward to your comments. Thank you so much for subscribing and supporting my channel on Patreon.
What you think? Time travel.
Yeah,
time travel, Antarctica, the hollow earth theory. Are we living in a simulation? Video game?
Well, before we talk about because time travel, as far as in a physical sense, is something that, I guess science is still trying to catch up to. I forget the name of this $5-6 million computer that they've been, I forget what the name of it is, but it's got to stay at like below zero temperature to keep it
Because it gets so high. I think I know about that because it's trying to compute so many numbers at one time. But look, remember we said in the other video that they had way better technology than we have today in the past. So who's to say they didn't already
well in the I guess because that book was written in the 1800s, right?
Don't talk about specifics of that video. That video is just to kind of like spark.
I get it because that's my basis because I've kind of run across this whole thing. Well, not this specific video, but that whole idea with Trump and the technology that could, be available already and has, so I mean that's kind of why I'm still referencing that is because there's a lot of strange coincidences with that, and but I guess overall, we the universe is one mind, and we're all connected to that one mind of this universe. Uh, so wow, you crazy, but yeah. So I mean, we're a bunch of computers on Wi-Fi to that one mind, and for us to travel, I mean, the easiest way for us to see that is through a dream, or some people call it astral planing, but yeah, I mean that's you know
I completely agree with you on that. That we don't have a need for a physical time machine because we can do it in other ways.
yeah, but I mean, if there is a way to be able to program the mind to be able for you to tap into that mind on a Wi-Fi channel, or like to log in and be like going to a specific place, because unless you really gain that much mind control for yourself,
It will be
I mean
difficult,
I'm sure it's possible,
but it
and
will be
I think,
difficult. So each
but
person would have to build their own time machine and cultivate it and maintain it.
yeah, and I mean, I would say a lot of. Well, I mean, I'm because I mean, I'm saying as far as like being able to do it without that technology, to be able to put in a sequence, to be able to go to a specific place, but and adversely, like let's say you are trying to do it just with your thought process, yeah, that's gonna be tough. A lot of practice and probably even drugs. So, for you to, free yourself enough to
I
where,
completely agree with you.
yeah, it's like being able to get into a flow state, like like a freestyle rapper, he's at his best when he ain't really thinking about what he's gonna say. He just in the flow, and that's the kind of thing that you would have to do mentally to be able to just take yourself into that delta state to where you can be able to go into that whatever realm that it is, because based on our solar system, and how the consciousness that's available to us with the planets that's in alignment, it's supposed to be a higher chance, saying that we're like in a five-dimensional uh, consciousness in our solar system, in our this orbit. So I think it's possible, but you have to have trained, I'm sure, for a while to be able to do it purposely, because we probably end up doing it on accident, like based on how tired you are, you just kind of passed out, and then you don't end up in a whole nother, because I mean, I don't dream a whole lot, but when I do, it is so vivid. Like it is like so real to where, sometimes it scares me and I wake up. But then there's times when I've already kind of, because I sleep with meditation and hypnosis type stuff at night that somewhat induces certain thoughts for me to where it can take me into that mind state so that I can control things, try to manifest or control outcomes for the future. You know what I'm saying? So I can definitely see it happening.
Over time with practice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but still though, like, so what was you saying about the 1800? What did you want to say about that?
Well,
That
that
number
that
don't
book,
bother you?
the book that of Barron's Travels, like just all of the coincidences around it, and also with the movie Back to the Future, because that whole Biff character is based on Trump. So it's just like that, the way she was saying it is so true. It's like, you know, how does this book that's, mentions these people and it actually lines up with a lot of the events that's, somewhat, I don't know if it's down to the T, but even mentioning Pence, you know what I'm saying? The Trump Castle, which is probably Trump Towers, you know, basing, on that book. I mean, it really is like a castle, you could say, you know what I'm saying? New York City, and it's one of the top hotels that you can go to in New York City. So it makes me wonder because I mean, after so many coincidences, it becomes more than just a coincidence. I mean,
I think it's interesting. I follow her channel, and I watch a lot of her stuff because it makes me think. And she's really good at doing her research and putting stuff together, to make you think or whatever. So like you could take it for whatever you want, take it with a grain of salt or whatever. But she does a good job at putting together, and then it'll give you stuff to look up and stuff to look up yourself.
yeah, it definitely took me by, like, when I first heard that, I was like I was stuck on stupid for a little while because it's just like me, I analyze every damn thing and it's just like, wait a minute,
I
what?
went down. I went down that same rabbit hole. I went down that rabbit hole because and then because you had the Simpsons when he first became president. You had that image of the
The elevate,
Simpsons.
the ele-
The
and,
elevator.
but see, and see the thing about that, the only thing that really kind of, I can say that could have been pre-planned. You know what I'm saying?
And,
Because the Simpsons has existed within this era, and the Simpsons part is the part that's weird, but at the same time, he, Trump could have easily, just recreated that once he did become president. You know what I'm saying? So it's
it's just like she said in the video. There's just a lot of them. A whole bunch of
no,
coincidences.
the book is what baffles me because, like, the first copy of this book came out in, like, I forget what year she said, but I think it was like the 1800s. This is before Trump was born, and now he has a son, like not his first son or his second son or third. This one, the one he has with his current wife, is barren, and because of his technology, like he learned, like he's a
I ain't gonna
technology.
lie. Baron looked weird when I was me and my ex Ashley, we was together at this time, and I remember when they brought the kids up on the stage. Ashley was like, "Some, what's wrong? What's wrong with him? Something is wrong with him."
He's a fucking genius.
And that brought me to my attention, and I started paying attention, and I was like, "Yeah, something is wrong with him. He off. Like, what is it about that guy? What is it about that kid?" And then a lot in the media, they was always
Well,
making jokes about it
I
and
mean,
shit.
he is Trump's son, but what I'm saying, just think. I mean, usually the last kid in any family is more exceptional than the rest, or
He
they.
had to get it from his mom's side.
I mean, well, not necessarily. I mean, maybe there is some, I mean, his genetics altogether, who he is,
And because where she was
his
from,
sum total.
where
Go
she
ahead.
from, she probably got a fair amount of black in her. I wouldn't be surprised, even though over there, like, doesn't she have dark hair? Her natural hair is dark.
She's a brunette, yeah.
Yeah. So and like Slavic, and we said
Uh,
that name earlier, and
yeah,
and
Slovakia or
the
something.
Moors, and they in that video we just played, they showed the Moors conquered that area. So like what I'm saying, and she probably got a bit of black in her.
Yeah, it's a good possibility, and but at the same time, the reason why I'm saying this is because, all right, if Trump was trying to set it up to make it to fit the book, you know what I'm saying? Like, why wait till he's fucking 60 something, 70 years old to try to do this when he's had other sons that he could have tried to match up with that story? You know what I'm saying? It's just I don't know. And then this kid, Barron, he's a tech, like that's his thing. He's a techie. You know what I'm saying? And this
I don't know much about him. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know much about the son, other than he looks weird.
I think he was one, like, well, there was a story that, like, the video I saw, it was showing where
Go ahead.
Trump went to Russia, or like there was some conference that was invited to in Russia, and Putin gave Trump, or gave Barron, a soccer ball, which was out in public. So what the story that came along with it was to say that there was some chip in the soccer ball that Barron would be able to figure out. And I think after that is when the whole um, email leak came from, about all of the Clinton emails. So he's already been recognized. Like, the world already knows this kid is like a tech genius already as a teenager.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that part of the story. That's interesting, man. Like I say, it's always a bunch of shit out there that you don't know. Like I'll be learning a lot of stuff, but shit.
And I mean, just think about, like, I forget what I was listening to. I saw something. I'm gonna have to go back through my YouTube playlist today, but it was something. I don't know what. I don't forget where I saw that, but they were saying something about Trump already having some kind of interaction with some aliens, and or I guess when he was in office, he had some interaction with some aliens, and they made a treaty, and because, like, he was getting ready to make some kind of movement or whatever, and the aliens told him to hold back on it, and they made a treaty to where whatever it is, I didn't get the specifics on it. So I mean, it's some real crazy stuff going on, and recently they've been having so many sightings of different aircraft. Like
And you know that they came out that that the UFOs are real. Basically, that's what they said.
yeah, and that I'm kind of hesitant on going full force with all of that because, you know, I guess with my conspiracy mind set at times is that um maybe like that's some kind of scam or some kind of way to be able to get in people's mind that all of a sudden there's aliens that's gonna come and invade and start you know
Yeah, like they could put on some kind of fake show, and then people
yeah
would believe it. Yeah.
yeah. So like that's the part that I'm hesitant on, just saying, like, because I'm into that. I like, I've always explored the whole, like, alien thing, and you know planetary
Yeah. So
alignments,
you
and
feel like
like,
you'd be susceptible to it if they, especially if they did a really good job and made it look real as hell.
well, for me at this point, like, I would be welcoming to the aliens coming. It's like, I mean, y'all want to come talk to me? I'm here. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I don't want to be the one, like, be
It'd
a
be so
fool.
crazy if they look like me and you. You know what they would do? They just start shooting at them immediately.
Who would?
I said if the aliens came and they looked like me and you, the people would start shooting at them immediately.
Well, I'm sure you've seen by now. the interview that this retired NASA guy had with this lady, and he described his encounter with
The guy who
a
said God is black. That's what you're
well
talking about.
no well I don't know if he said God. No, this guy was talking about these aliens. Like he had actually seen the aliens come out of the ship. Like what? Like he actually saw an actual this alien, and he described him as a black man. He said not really like black like a black Americans. Like they were like black like like you know they
Like
were and they were tall, like maybe about 8 feet tall, and all this other kind of stuff. So you know he's given that you know telling this interviewer his encounter. So like I said, me personally, I wouldn't I really wouldn't be fearful. I would like sit around and see what happened, and where others are probably gonna freak out and be like, under the bed and getting their shotguns and whatever else. But I really wanna like
so
if
in
they
the
came
movie,
and visit if they came and
you
visited, I
remember that
would be
movie?
like,
You remember that movie Independence Day?
yeah.
So you'd be one of the people on the roof, like
I'm
saying,
here. Well, I don't know if I'll be on the roof like that, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, for one, like I said, I don't want to freak out in no situation. You know, in the moment, what exactly will I do? I don't know. Maybe I will be like, oh fuck, and I'm under the table. I don't know. But as far as what I'm looking at now, I really feel like I would just be like, just stay observant and see what's happening because, I don't, what's that? At one point there was, like people talking about, Jesus' return, and there was like a conspiracy theory, like, oh, they'll do a hologram of Jesus and make
so
people,
that's so funny because that shows that me and you be looking at a lot of the same shit because it's connected to what you were saying about the aliens because that's what they said. I don't know where it was. I saw it, but they were saying that at some point in the future they're gonna do like a mass illusion, and they was just predicting that maybe it could be Jesus coming back or maybe it could be aliens. That was one of the things that they were saying. And because the technology, look at the movies, that you can't tell what's real and what's fake in them movies at all now, right? With the CGI.
oh man,
And
it's real.
they can project those images. So if you're not at the point where you can touch it, physically, then they can make it look like it's real as fuck and you could possibly believe it. And if it's a lot of people out there and they believe it to be real, then that's going to be enough to make everybody believe it.
Well, one of the things that as far as like international one thing they have to, like, our governments have to warn us. Now they don't have to truly be specific and like say it on the news and like, oh, like but they have to do something to try to inform us of things that are to come. I mean, that's just like the last, not the new Purge movie, but the last Purge movie. I mean, everything that was Purge 2 is
I
pretty much
believe you.
explained.
I believe that too, that they would have to, but also I think that the real warnings is gonna come. They're gonna be expensive, like that book that you want to buy. That's like $1,200. That's what it's gonna be like.
Oh, wait a minute, no, 14,000. You talking about the propaganda book?
14,000. Yeah,
Yeah, $14,000 for that
yeah.
book.
And it was a book. It's funny because it was something I was looking up one day. I don't remember what it was. And I was like, holy shit, I want to know some more about this shit. And I ended up on the website for the book. and clicked on this shit, and it was like the price was outrageous price, and I can't. It's hard to believe that these books cost so fucking much, but it goes
Yeah,
to show.
I ran across a site, well, no, a TikTok that was, I took a screenshot of it, so I'll let you know what it is. But it's like certain books you can find that's like ridiculously priced, where you can find a bunch of them for like $10 or $20. So I mean, a lot of, I don't think that the book is to the point where you just can't find it. It's just that they're just trying to keep it out of the reach of certain hands.
That's what
So
I'm saying. So, but that also makes it hard to find too, because if anybody does own it or have anything or know anything about it, and they know what the price is online, then they're not gonna just, you know what I'm saying? If anything, they're gonna try to make some money too.
oh yeah. But does it? I mean, a book that probably originally was
Sell,
40 bucks, or
sell,
maybe.
sell, sell pages. You can sell pages of it.
Yeah, that would be interesting. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's just so many things to be conscious of. Like you gotta kind of not be emotional.
And
Like
that's what I say. And that's what I say. I'm glad you said that, because that's what I say in my videos. The whole thing is to make everybody emotional. The news, the media, the TV, the movies, everything. And it's like pressing your button, and it's making you to the zombie robot, and you automatically react to whatever the hell, Republican, Democrat, LGBTQ, whatever the hell your issue is, that uh 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 Black Lives Matter, all lives matter, abortion, whatever. It's just religion, Christianity, Islam. It's just, trigger, and then you turn into the zombie robot, and then that's how they control you. I want to write a screenplay, and I want the name of the movie to be called Controller, and I want the people to have like a PlayStation controller that's like poking out of their back, but they don't know it's there, and any person can come along and play it, and that game is actually playing them, and but you have to know how to play and have a code or whatever to be able to actually control the thing. So only elite people or whatever can actually use it. But when you come around, they see the PlayStation controller poking out of your back, and then if they decide to play, if they know how to do it, they might decide to do it to manipulate you completely, like you was a robot, like what you think about that?
I think that would be interesting. I mean, we'll definitely have to have like get them into some true CGI so that shit can look super real. But I think that's a good concept. Get a good storyline to go with it. Yeah. I mean, because I mean, mostly it's more symbolic than anything to, you know, for
Nasty,
people.
yeah,
Well, you've seen Black Mirror, right?
yeah.
That being able to rewind your thoughts and show it to people on TV or on screen or whatever. That's well, I mean, that part really, I guess, just kind of showed, be able to remind of a certain situation, but I guess it would be something on those lines because Black Mirror I had to stop watching it. Like it was corrupting my mind.
Yeah, I don't watch TV. I think I caught some of the first season of it. And then I think it shows some gay shit on there, and I was like, man, no offense to
It
gay people.
did. What I mean, shit, I think it was the first show. If I'm not mistaken, it was like the first show where they had that video game. The guy gave his friend,
Yeah. I
and then
saw
they
that
them.
shit.
I was like, oh my god, why? Like how? Like this is crazy, bro.
But that goes into the simulation thing too, though. Like I say, are we in a simulation? You never answered that.
Well, I kind of did. Maybe in a broader way because yeah, we are. Um,
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, this is the Matrix, and we can, go in and out of it based on our consciousness, and just like Neo. You know what I'm saying? Some of us are neos, and some of us are just maybe not necessarily an agent, but you know, because everybody's not trying to run you down to keep you in the matrix, but they're so deep into the matrix that they can't even see the window out where like me out here, I'm in the matrix right now. When I'm at home, none of this shit bothers me. I'm free. But I would definitely say, in conjunction to my statement earlier about the one mind, you know, we're all connected to that, and based on our level of control, mental control, we can go in and out of the matrix.
Yep, that's interesting. I have a whole bunch of really cool shit. I don't know what to play though. We was talking about Trump. I got something else about Trump, but I don't know if I want to go in that direction. I got some shit about Obama. Um, I think we do better when we don't talk about politics as much. Uh,
Well, I don't care. Like, I speak freely. I give my opinion. Like, I'm not making anything.
okay, well, let's educate him a little bit more. Let's do a little bit of history then. I don't know. You're probably gonna know all this stuff, a lot of this stuff, but it's still gonna be. It's good for the audience, and then maybe we could talk about it after. Let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Clint Smith, and this is Crash Course Black American History. There are all sorts of ways that societies restrict people's movement. For example, people can put gates and fences around their homes and communities. Or there are traffic cones that tell us where we can and can't drive, even though sometimes I might accidentally run over them. I'm working on it. But some methods that society uses to restrict the movements of people are far more sinister, far more serious, and, based on distorted beliefs, have no sincere interest in the safety of those people. What I'm thinking of, in this case, are something called slave codes. Slave codes were based on the belief that Black Americans were just an economic investment. They were purposefully designed to condone harming Black Americans and keeping them enslaved. Though some textbooks on slavery and slave codes refer to enslaved people simply as workers, they were not simply workers. They were treated as an underclass, and the legal system perpetuated that underclass status for economic and prejudicial reasons. Learning about slave codes makes all of this profoundly clear. Slave codes were laws and policies developed during the colonial period to restrict the movement and freedoms of Black people. Though they were called slave codes, many times they were applied to free Black people as well. Remember that the distinction between Negro and enslaved was essentially meaningless during this time. The primary reason the slave codes were implemented was to explicitly and legally reinforce the racial hierarchy within the colonies. Slave codes were a method of protecting the investment of white enslavers by restricting the lives of enslaved people in almost every imaginable way. The codes restricted enslaved people's ability to move around or engage in commerce that would make them financially independent. They basically restricted the very opportunities that would allow them to live with even relative freedom. When there were hints of enslaved people questioning their status, or even the possibility of someone planning a revolt, new slave codes were quickly passed to prevent such a thing from happening. Virginia was the first of the 13 colonies to implement large-scale slave codes. Since the United States was not quite the United States yet, each colony had their own version of these codes. At the time, they were not yet even referred to as slave codes, but even without the formal title, their purpose remained the same: to fundamentally restrict the rights of Black Americans, free and enslaved, and to explicitly deny them the rights afforded to white members of society. Let's take a look at an example. In 1662, Virginia passed this statute: whereas some doubts have arisen whether children got by any Englishman upon a Negro woman should be slave or free, be it therefore enacted and declared by this present Grand Assembly that all children born in this country shall be held bond or free only according to the condition of the mother, and that if any Christian shall commit fornication with a Negro man or woman, he or she so offending shall pay double the fines imposed by the former act. After Elizabeth Key's case in 1656, which we talked about last episode, the Virginia House of Burgesses passed this official law. It mandated what's known as partis sequitur, determining one's enslaved status based on their mother's labor status, as the legal method to determine whether an individual is enslaved or not. Some scholars, such as Jennifer L. Morgan, posit that it was actually Key's freedom suit that drove the Virginia House of Burgesses to create this law in the first place, a law that was also designed to discourage intimate interracial relations between black and white people in the colonies. Virginia didn't just stop there. In 1705, Virginia passed another law dedicated to regulating the movement and behavior of enslaved people. It was called an Act Concerning Servants and Slaves. This act banned black people from owning white servants and penalized those who presided over the marriage between a white and black person. It banned enslaved people from owning weapons. Other laws around the same time banned black people, regardless of their servitude status, from testifying against whites in court. You might think that in a country where those same colonists would soon be demanding freedom while espousing the importance of liberty and equality for themselves, that those same people would be a bit more, concerned about liberty and equality for everyone. But the truth is, America's promise and America's actions are very often inconsistent. Let's go to the thought bubble. In 1671, Maryland passed a law stating that even if an enslaved person converted to Christianity, that conversion did not change their servitude status. This was important because of the legal debate around whether Christians could be enslaved. In a place like South Carolina, well, they built a whole society around slave codes. They did it, as they all did, for both economic and societal reasons. These codes banned black people from engaging in any type of trade, did not allow for enslaved folks to travel without notes from their enslaver, banned enslaved black Americans from keeping loud instruments like drums and horns, and gave law enforcement the authority to search enslaved black people and to whip them if they appeared to be engaging in what was deemed disorderly behavior. Many of these codes showed up after slave rebellions, when enslavers were particularly interested in protecting themselves and their property from enslaved people who wanted their freedom. And slave codes weren't just in the southern colonies. New York, for example, had their own set of these laws. A 1702 slave code in New York banned people from trading with enslaved people at all. It also prohibited 3 or more enslaved people from meeting together at the same time. From 1703 to 1704, Rhode Island banned the enslaved from being out after 9 o'clock at night unless they had what was deemed a lawful excuse. Pennsylvania, they also had infamous slave codes. Punishment for offenses committed by white and black people could be deeply and even lethally unequal. While a certain offense committed by a white person might result with them being whipped or branded, a black person charged with committing a similar offense might be killed. Thanks, Thought Bubble. White colonists worked overtime to make sure that the law was used to hurt and constrain black Americans, just because of the color of their skin and their place in the American economy. In early colonial history, white indentured servants and enslaved black people actually had somewhat similar positions in society. But as we've seen in this episode, that wouldn't last. Colonial governments created specific laws that would clearly and legally demarcate what rights a white person could have and which rights a black person could have. Or perhaps, more appropriately, which rights they couldn't have. I'm sure that many people look at these laws and are appalled that such things ever passed. But it's important to note that while today such discrimination might not be explicitly stated in the language of the law itself, laws across the country have different implications and are often enforced differently based on someone's race. This impacts jobs and housing and our criminal legal system, our schools. The list goes on. Looking back, it can be hard to stomach that our country ever implemented these horrific slave codes. But it's important to note that, as is the case throughout Black American history, people pushed back against these laws because they knew they were wrong. Later in this series, we're going to learn about the myriad ways that Black people have resisted these injustices over time. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Crash Course is made with the help of all these.
Pat, Put you to sleep.
He got a little boring after a minute, but I guess I heard a bunch of it. The slave codes, which it still exists today.
That's the why I play the video. Is because for people who don't know, that's why I always study history, and I tell everybody to study the history because for you to understand what's happening now, you need to understand what happened before, and a lot of that shit continues to this day. And the state of things now is based on the state of things before. So it's so like.
But I mean, what happened before is a result of what's going on now. So yeah, if you're not in touch with you know, any of the stuff in the past, 'cause one of the things that made me think of though when it started talking about the slave codes is like one of the things my grandmother uh told us was especially like in Louisiana, see she would have been considered a mulatto because she was mixed. My great grandmother was dark skinned, you know, Aboriginal Indian, as she was called during that time, and her husband was an Irishman. But my grandmother coming out as a real light skinned woman, but and possibly could have passed as not really passed as white, but if you was too light skinned, they said that you had to cover your head with something so that people know that you're a nigga. In other words, you know what I'm saying. So and that's kind of what they was doing back in her younger days. But these folks, they not gonna let it go. We gotta let it go. But yeah, I missed some of it at the end because I kind of
Yeah, it's all good. I understand.
went to another mental state.
And a lot of the stuff I do on my channel is pretty dry, and that's the same reason why I'm making my videos long. Like I say, I'm pushing against the paradigm. I want, I want to try to make people, uh, you know, take in some of this stuff because you can't learn from a freaking 15-second TikTok. You know what I mean? I mean, you can a little bit, but if you already know some stuff, a TikTok can help you. But you need to read a damn book, people.
Exactly. I mean, read. I mean, because I mean, there's. I mean, even if you don't read, like, there's a lot of books on, YouTube.
Audio books
Yeah,
on
audio books.
YouTube, and I didn't look
Yeah,
them up. I've done that before too. But what I'm
yeah.
saying is that's dry. If you reading a book, that's dry. You listening to a book, that's dry. You
But
taking a
you do
class,
have to
that's
have.
dry.
You do have to exercise your patience because, I mean, for me, it's not hard to do because that's a part of like I get interested on stuff like that. Like that's what gets me crunk. Like keeps me, my mind moving. It keeps me from falling asleep while I'm driving or getting tired while I'm driving. So I just, let turn one of those things on and just roll with it.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Chuck?
That's that's
What's
Keita
up,
right
man?
there. And that's Pat.
Hey,
You said
Hey, did you
Keita?
see any of the stream? What did you see? What do you think about
yeah,
it?
I saw your other stream you did with JT.
Yeah, tell me what you think or whatever.
Yeah, I checked it out. It was real good. It's real good. It's real good. I listened to what y'all was saying, on about what did she say? She said something about the man and the woman and trying to remember. I just got through watching it though. What did she say?
We was
Can't
talking
remember.
about the book of Enoch, and we was talking about the Nephilim and how the fallen angels mixed with the people and became Nephilim, and how like people how the book she was talking about why the book of Enoch was taken out of the
Yeah.
Bible, and and about how, like, and what I was saying was about the oppression of women, that the Bible has. It's so masculine. Like, all the stories in the Bible, when they very rarely mention women, and whenever they do, it's almost always in a negative tone, and that's what I was saying. And then a lot of people draw from that women ain't shit, and they second class, and to treat them like shit or whatever.
Oh, yeah. They do be saying stuff like that.
So what do you think about all that shit in the Book of Enoch and all that shit?
Well, the Nephilim, it talks about a lot, the Book of Enoch, and I mean, I only read it probably like two times, and it's also talk about the fallen angels as well. And also, I want to add something to that. Have you ever heard of the Anunnaki?
Yeah.
I think that has a part of the Nephilim, the kids and stuff like that.
Well,
Talks about
talk about that. Explain it for the audience, for people who don't know the connection between Anunnaki and the Nephilim.
the extraterrestrial beings. Well, they say the Anunnaki they said it was way before the Egyptians came. It was supposed to have been the first beings, first humanoids, and and then it's another part where they say like the angels came down, they may have sex with the women, and and then they became giants and stuff like that, and then the flood came, and they're trying to clean up the earth and everything. But yeah, I only read the books twice, so I don't really remember too much upon it.
Well, expand upon that for the audience. To what do you know about that? And like, how is it? I know
Well,
you into the Ten Commandments and all that.
oh yeah, the Ten Commandments. Well, I know the Anunnaki, they was they talking about like the pineal gland, and what else they said?
Do you remember
Can't remember.
what they came here for? Well, at least what the Dogons say that what they actually came here to do.
Well, yeah, what I heard was they were supposed to mine gold because of the climate on that planet, something about that, and they wanted to create a race of species, a slave race.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so they end up creating a slave race so they can mine gold. But I felt like since they are already gods and everything, why, like, well, I feel as if gods that can control the climate, like if they could control it, why would they need the gold,
Well, there's a limit to power, right? And also you have technologies. So whatever technologies you have, you're gonna have stuff that you're gonna need to fuel those technologies.
Right. And I feel like our Earth is different from wherever they, came from. And then
Yeah.
I think they mixed our DNA with theirs as well. But but then again, it does go in for as they did communicate with other species as well. Have you heard of the Draconians and stuff?
Yeah, I think so.
They
Yeah.
call them the Dracos.
They
And
supposed to be white people because they have like curly hair in the pictures, like blonde locks hanging down and shit, right?
I mean, they say they reptilian people,
Yeah.
reptiles and stuff like that. They reptilian people.
Well, do you think it has any relation to the origin story from like the Bible? Because for me, I guess I somewhat related it to that because it's like they created them just like like them, like like they created man in their
Hmm.
likeness. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So I think it has a lot of that same kind
Yeah,
of.
we actually do. It's a certain part you have to break it down in codes for as the Bible parts, and I think each species we might have a certain portion of DNA in our body and in our brain that we have a part of them because
Hmm.
we already have the like some of the bloodline in our brain as well. What you say? Our brain as well, and because they say 1/3 of part of our brain is reptilian.
I would say so. But yeah, I mean, but you were definitely right when you say that, because most of it is symbolic. Um, it is kind of, I guess kind of wild to see for the time period in which that was supposedly happened, so many thousands of years, and on the walls, like
Hmm.
the hieroglyphics or the things that the people left on the walls of these spaceships that these flying objects that actually
Hmm.
came down. So it leads me to believe that this is something that they actually saw because, not that they don't have the same type of creativity that, we have now where we can, or anything to relate to. Because even in our day and age, when they came up with the idea for an airplane, I mean, that's just something that was in somebody's head and they, just came up with it. But at the same time, for it to be something that came from the heavens, you know,
Right.
which, what I'm saying, like I wouldn't think that because if the airplane started on the ground before it went into the heavens. This is something that supposedly came out of the heavens. So I guess those stories make me feel like that could be true. You know what I'm saying? Just
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, so what do y'all think about that? Because it seems like, and if you read, you don't even have to read just the book of Enoch because there's some parts in the Old Testament that sound like it could be aliens or something, because like a flying chariot or something like that,
They talk about that in the Bible too. I heard that about flying aircrafts and they talk about a light, a sun disk, and then there was one story that, well, no, not a story, but it was like a YouTube video that was showing like some kids was playing at a school, right? And they seen the aircraft. This was probably like maybe like, I don't know, it was the 1800s, probably 1900s. Some kids saw aircraft. They landed in their school and they came to the kids and they was telling the kids to not become a slave to the technology because they knew what was going to happen in the future. So
Hmm.
they actually drew what the aircraft looked like and what the beings looked like as well. They came out of the aircraft.
Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, we've had a few stories that's come out over time where
Hmm.
people explain that same kind of thing, but that's I wanted to ask Chaka, had you seen any of those videos where they're showing that we actually have two suns in our or at whatever period it was where there was actually two suns up there?
I I saw the video, but that's going along with the flat Earth stuff, and it kind of get lost, bro. I don't know that.
Flat
I've gone down
Earth?
that
I seen two suns in the sky. I seen
I've
it.
I've
You
gone
say
down
that.
that rabbit hole and come back. That's what I'll say about that.
Well,
but
yeah. Go ahead.
Because you're gonna end up
they
on
do
flat Earth if you start talking about that. Go ahead.
they do
Well,
have
nah.
a lot of technology that's going on. I heard they even gonna have a some type of hologram. They post a fake Christ coming back
We was just
and
talking about
for
that.
huh?
We was just talking about that before you came on. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're supposed to have a hologram that's supposed to have fake Christ coming back. And it's a lot of stuff. That it's just the technology they done got for like advancing the technology. They probably had this for years. You know, they just not exposing it until a certain time, you know. And for as like the hoverboards and they had this scarab beetle, Egyptian beetle. He broke the it was this guy he showed he broke the wings off the Egyptian scarab beetle. He kind of waved it on top of the other wing and it started hovering, you know. So I think that's what like the hovering and stuff comes from, like the hoverboards and the aircrafts, airplanes and stuff like that,
Yeah.
where it kind of started
Well,
with the
what we was
technology.
what we were saying in the other video is that I don't have a doubt in my mind that in the past they had better technology than we have now. So it's
Yeah.
just that we can't really understand the technology because we haven't gone that far.
Hmm.
That's what I think
Yeah.
about that.
Well, I think is that the technology that we have now is based on things that has taken place in you know back even BC times, like before the Common Era, where they're able to start understanding it enough to be able to use. Because it was somewhere I saw where they were actually like it was like made like a
Hmm.
handheld pyramid, but it held a certain level of power to where it's not something that you plugged in, and it's kind of like what Tesla came up with
Mm.
um, during that time, and he ended up killed. Like he didn't just die; he ended up somebody killed him, and the conspiracy around that was that he had a technology that would have where we wouldn't have to pay for energy.
That's a
Oh
hundred
yeah, I
percent
heard about that.
believable because
And
that's what I be saying. Why we have to fight against the globalist system because it's all about profit over people. So it's just like our healthcare system, and we're not dealing with the pandemic properly. It's because the hospitals trying to make money, the pharmaceutical companies trying to make money, the state trying to make money, everybody trying to make money. So and
Hmm.
that goes back to what you just said. Like so, if somebody wants to make something that is free for everyone, that they can like I don't understand why we all pay for Wi-Fi individually. That part don't really make sense. Like in these apartments I live in, I bet each damn apartment is paying for Wi-Fi. Isn't that shit coming from the same place? Wouldn't it make sense to just beam the Wi-Fi into just the apartment complex?
Right.
What the
yeah,
fuck?
it's got to be regulated some kind of way for them to make money. And of course, selling you a box or renting you a box for you to get your specific, signal. That's, I mean, that's really where they're able to really get us on that. So I mean, it's just,
I think it's gonna have to be free at some point. It's gonna turn into it's a utility already,
oh yeah,
because
it's a must-have.
So you guys know how the Simpsons predict the future, right?
yeah, we was just talking
Now,
about that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go
and
ahead.
it's like now you know how they say the creator he made the Simpsons, but also the guy that made the Simpsons made Futurama.
Okay.
Now, let's say now we know they say they got a civilized uh city, civilized race in the hollow earth. Now let's say that cartoon Futurama is inside the hollow earth. That's the other civilized race. What y'all think on
Yeah.
that?
Well, I in the past, I mean, because I've been into this whole um alien stuff for a long time, and that's one of the I guess explanations where they say that a lot of the UFOs that we've seen over the last couple decades is that they're not actually coming from another planet. It's that they've been coming from the inner planet. And even with the Nation of Islam, they've given a story of Yaqub and his experiments and stuff, and that's where it supposedly took place, was inner Earth. So, of course, I couldn't give any real facts.
And I would say there's a whole lot of truth to this because I've gone down this rabbit hole too, and they don't have no explanations for there. And the more I dig in that, I start running into blocks. So I, even as an anthropology student, I'm still been looking in this because like I say, that's why I learn a lot of shit because I be looking at shit in all different kinds of ways. But anyways, the Native Americans, they have a story that where they came from was underground. They came from somewhere underground, and that's their oldest story. Like the story of out of Africa and the bridge. That's the European story. You ask the Native Americans, their old story says that they came from underground. That's really real.
Well, when you say Native Americans, what are you
Well,
talking about?
we're talking about the
Mongolians?
Mongolian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I hadn't heard that, and I would challenge that if I had a chance to talk with
But
them.
this is a legend. This is a how all peoples have old ass sayings. This just like they go back the furthest, and this tribe is gonna be kind of on that side where the land bridge would have came, because they know they have evidence of the earliest Mongolianoid Native Americans are over there, and they have these caves and they have these underground like fucking channels and shit. Who knows how fucking deep that should go?
Well, that's one of the things too that I would love to be able to explore. But when they talked about Harriet Tubman going through the Underground
Underground
Railroad,
Railroad.
like this is something that actually can, like, from California to the East Coast, where these you know trains and stuff actually existed. But I mean, when you really think about like some of the history that's being discovered recently, like within the last decade or so, or last 2 decades, is that there's, with the she people, as supposedly, like we talked about the other night, when the Calvaries or whatever that skull was that they found in California, that was like 130,000 years old. So I mean, within that time period, just in 100, like the government that I'm in, they said like there's calendars that's showing where this this
I meant
America
to look that up. I
has
meant to look that
existed
up. Before we talk
40,
next time, I'm definitely gonna look that up. Go ahead.
41.9 octillion years. So, you know, octillion, like how many zeros is that? Like that's like for as long as they can remember, like as far like there was no like their explanation is that there has not been a time that they have not been on Earth. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
So let me get Keita in there. What do you think about that, bro? Like what he was saying, and like wasn't it like a giant skull too, like they found or whatever?
it was a pretty big skull. Yeah, it was a pretty big skull, but they said by doing some of the testing, it is human.
What do you think
Some of
about
the
that?
them is over there in the California area. That place is that land is very sacred too. At the same time, And they
That's
call that the Golden State because there's still a lot of gold over there. And even though they found like 8 feet tall mummies and stuff like that, because the Hollywood and people California over there, they even eat mummies and stuff like that, you know. But cause you know they be drinking out of people's skulls and stuff like that and doing rituals and stuff.
Well, yeah,
But
I'm sure that's certain groups, but I did hear like in the Utah area, um,
mhm.
like with the what are those, the Mormons and all that, they've been
Yeah, I
doing
heard about them.
some digs that way, and yeah, they found like some giant um
Hmm.
skeletons and this, that, and the other. So it's like, and it's ancient stuff, but they've been keeping it hush hush. Like one of the main things, like they don't, especially when stuff is
That's
related
the
to us.
Nephilim. That's the Nephilim people. I heard the Nephilim.
Hmm.
The
Well,
giant mummies. Yeah,
hmm
that's the children of the Nephilim. Yeah,
well,
that's
and
them.
they try to send our minds on a journey to
Hmm.
Africa or somewhere else where, you know, the existence of life had to be there because they've given us the story of the new world being here,
Right.
and like the more people are digging or having these finds, it's showing that everything that they find here just on a whim is way older than anything they found anywhere else on the planet.
Right.
So,
Hmm.
it debunks a lot of the stories or theories that they've given us, and they try to cover it up because, or try to make it into like some kind of joke, because that's what they did with Calvarez. I, f- I I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send you that tomorrow. Maybe I sent it already, but if you look at it, I'll double check to see if I sent it to you. If not, I will, because I got it saved in my YouTube. But
I got a theory about this. I got a theory related to this. Like, I think that Yellowstone, right? It's a huge ass, basically volcano. I think that Yellowstone is the reason why the rest of the world was detached from the Americas. You know,
Hmm.
because some major catastrophe happened, and made America, the Americas,
separate.
uninhabitable or semi-uninhabitable.
Well,
I really believe there was people here, but these are survivor ass motherfuckers who probably lived on the coast and somehow made it through. But I think that because I think that was a part of our evolution, and reason why we like shellfish and shit so much is because we almost went extinct, and we was living on the coast and eating shellfish and shit, and that's why we like that kind of
well,
shit, fish and
I,
shit. But but
I'm gonna
but but
tell you.
hold on, let
Go
me
ahead. Go
finish.
ahead.
It's like a huge volcanic eruption happened for Yellowstone, and but you know what happens after a major catastrophe, right? The earth kind of rebounds and it becomes like Garden of Eden, so beautiful, and then the animals rebound and because we had a migration over here that was just like in Africa, like how they have the Great Migration in Africa with the wildebeest and the lions and stuff following each other going across the whole fucking continent. We used to
Hmm.
have that here with the buffalo and all of the animals that followed them, and
Elephants, camels.
all a whole fucking thing, just like over there. And so, but what happened with that is them damn fences and gates and shit they put up when they came over here and fucked all this shit up. But what I'm saying is, this was like a Garden of Eden. It was so fucking beautiful, and I think the reason why it was so beautiful and the reason why it was detached from the rest of the world is because some major cataclysmic, like eruption, happened.
Well,
Yeah.
I agree with you there, and I'm certain we talked about the whole concept of, okay, especially after millions of years, and if we're not even going into the octillion, that the calendars that they showed, that this that's taking place here in America, but it's inevitable that the way our solar system is set up, there's gonna be a period of time where there's an ice age in different parts, and America has experienced one, and possibly that is where these bones got caught up. Maybe it got caught up in the freeze, or and it lasts for thousands of years, or at least as far as we
Yeah,
know, at
cause
least a
they
few.
got some hidden stuff underwater as well too, though. Cause they
Yeah.
say it was a city supposed to been under the water, but there's so
Well,
much stuff under there, we can't go that deep, under there.
I think a lot
But
of that stuff's gonna come out too. Atlantis. I think they're gonna find Atlantis for real and all that
Mhm.
because we're searching. We're gonna find evidence of a lot of that shit. I was watching a video. They said they found evidence of like the Sodom and Gomorrah story in the Bible, like a physical place and physical evidence where something like that could have happened.
Mhm.
And it would have been like a nuclear weapon. It would have been like a bomb explosion like type of thing, but with a different technology that we have now. So like using like sulfur, because sulfur burns so hot.
well, look, I'm gonna tell you. There was a guy on TikTok. He took a couple of videos. It was a couple of different ones showing the museum in St. Louis where they're showing
Mhm.
Israel here in America, Israel, Morocco, like in some of these what we different states like near Missouri and
Mhm.
Illinois, and like Memphis, Tennessee. That's like a part like Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Like these different names, and a lot of times they do have those same names on both sides of of the
The
world.
northern and
But
southern Egypt. I went down that rabbit hole. I
yeah,
think it's
but
true. I think it's
but
true.
but South America has a lot of temples, and like they even say like the city of David like in South America. Like there's a lot of stuff there that people don't know about that we really need to investigate. And I'm talking about like ancient, and it's like way older than stuff that we see in Africa. So
Right.
that's
Mhm.
why that's why I'm
Peter,
saying like there
Peter, you
shows
was
a lot
talking
of
about
proof.
that too, right? Like you saw something about some pyramids here in the United States or in the Americas. What you were saying about that?
Well, I've been studying it for so long. I mean, because they considered us the mound builders. So there's mounds all around the place, all over the country.
Yeah,
But yeah,
they even got
that
pyramids in China.
Illinois.
You know,
Oh
they
yeah,
got
no, yeah, they
pyramids
got
China.
but no,
They
right
say
here in
they even got
America.
pyramids in Whale in Antarctica, and
Yeah.
that's way bigger than the ones in Giza. You know, and
Hmm.
also I heard that all the years that we've been looking at the map, they say we've been reading the map upside down or something like
Uh-huh.
that. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's true or not. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and I don't know if it was based on the topography that they had to for when you're like in reverse because of how you're looking at it, or if that
I
was
did a
actually how.
I did a whole
Uh,
video about that shit. It's called "The African Map is Wrong" and more
Hmm.
history and geography or something like that. It's a long ass video, but if y'all interested, I'll talk about that in that video. And I broke
okay.
it down because I showed some. I don't know how good back then. I wasn't as good as I am now with these videos, but it showed maps and pictures and stuff. So
Hmm.
Yeah.
yeah, so
I'm
you're right. We've been looking at it wrong, upside down, backwards, distorted, and it gives us a whole distorted view of reality. And that's why I be saying that's why they don't teach y'all history and geography in school, is because it's hard to teach geography without teaching history. And history and geography is so fucking important. Y'all
Yeah.
notice how, like in the movies, whenever it's like somebody going to war or whatever, what the fuck they looking at? And whenever they trying to plan something that they finna do, what they pull up on the screen every fucking time, a fucking map. Maps are so geography is so fucking important. You look at all of there's a bunch of historical as important as pictures of leaders historically. standing over maps, looking at the maps, because
What's the
that's what
other
they
thing?
did.
What's the other thing that's important to teach during history and geography? Law. Like you
Yeah.
can't
I was
like
gonna say
based
upstairs.
like without understanding the laws and the things that was happening in government to shift that.
Right.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, those moments is like without including that, it's really hard for you to really have a full picture of it.
So then, exactly. It's crazy, man. Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna play something funny. Hopefully, it's funny. Check it out.
Hey kids, welcome to geography class. What's the capital of Mozambique? I don't know. Google that shit. I am going to teach you geography you won't learn in school but need to know. Like today's lesson, who hates who? That's something you gotta know. If your cab driver is Serbian, you can't be talking about that trip you took to Croatia. You're gonna get your ass thrown out on the street. So I'm gonna tell you who hates who around the globe, but I'm not gonna get into why, because I know I'll get one little thing wrong and then both of them gonna be mad at me, and I don't want Kyrgyzstan in my mentions. Yeah, there they go already. Okay, let's begin. Chinese and Japanese hate each other. Indians and Pakistanis can't stand each other. Vietnamese and Cambodians do not want to be in the same room at all. Turks and Armenians hate each other. Turks and Greeks also hate each other. Turks and Kurds, they hate each other too. Honestly, Turkey is the Nene Leaks of Europe. They always at the center of some shit. You got the Russians and the Chechenians, they always arguing. Hungarians and Roma, Dinka and the Nur, the Irish and the British, Scots and the British, English and the British. Honestly, that whole island hates itself. Ghana and Nigeria. Now, from what I understand about this beef, this one is mostly about rice. See, here's the thing. Nigerians think Ghanaian rice tastes like concrete, and Ghanaians think Nigerian rice is a bigger international crime than their email scams. Fortunately, centuries of colonialism have made both countries too poor to afford a nuke, so it don't really matter that much. Iranians and the Saudis, Saudis and the Houthis, Saudis and the Qataris, Saudis and the Israelis, although now they're becoming friends because they both hate the Iranians more. In a way, Iran is really bringing the Middle East together. You got the Sudan and South Sudan, North Korea and South Korea. Matter of fact, if there's two countries with the same name, they definitely hate each other. And then, of course, you've got the Israelis and the Palestinians. I said I'm not getting into it. God damn. All right, let's wrap this up. Last beef. America and everybody else. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna give it to you straight, kids. Every other country hates us. They all hate us. Some of them we invaded, some of them we overthrew, most of them we bombed, some of them we saved from the Nazis, so I don't know why they mad. But it is what it is. The game is the game. But that leads me to my tip of the day, kids. If you ever travel abroad, do what I do. Pretend you're Canadian. Hell yeah. You put that maple leaf on your head right there, man. Because see, here's the thing. If it's one country that nobody hates, it's Canada. To be honest, I don't know what that's all about. But I'm going to make it work for me. That's it for today, kids. See you next time in geography class. Eh?
Yeah, he's silly. Yeah. Everybody hates us.
Yeah, so what y'all think about that though? Because you know that I play all of this stuff. I mean, even though that's jokes and he was jumping all around, but there was a whole bunch of knowledge in that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. All them other states, they all hate each other and stuff like that. Especially say when the rice tastes like what, dirt or concrete or something like that.
You know, with us black folks, that's shit that be serious business. Like, you know, when you go to somebody's house and they fucked up the potato salad, like, I don't know, they put something in it that was retarded, and you be like, damn, man, you just disrespected the whole damn culture, bro.
Yeah, why is got so much damn mayonnaise in this damn thing? And if the rice is too gummy, like sticky and all that, it's like, oh man, I can't.
That shit can cause war. That's so funny to me. That's so funny. So, anyways, let's talk about that. Black people food in the South, these damn chitlins and these damn hog maws. Why are we still eating this shit? The fuck? What's going on? What's wrong with us? Extra butter.
Well,
Man, let me tell y'all, it's like even though we us melanated people, it's like we the most, I'm not gonna say, well, we are the, like, how can I say this? We
don't be
are like
afraid
one of
of it.
the special beings, spiritual beings on the planet. Even though other races like Asian people, they really for advance and stuff like that, advance and stuff, but us melanated people, I want to say everything, we search for everything, but everything that we really need to look for, I think is like it's inside of us. You know what I'm saying? If we really just get in tune with ourselves and get in tune with nature, we'll find it. You know, we'll
That's the
find the
key
key
word.
to life.
Yeah, I think we had a
Everything we need to
somewhat
know
of
is inside of
a
us.
yeah. Me and Chaka had a conversation the other day about the importance of nature, and the absence of nature is what is actually keeping us from being able to tap into the, I guess, the importance of life. Um,
Yeah, cause the other day I was like, I just sometimes you think, you just get downloads from the universe and stuff like that. But I was thinking one time, like, that how we say that we come from the dirt, we come from this, we come from that. But I'm gonna be real with y'all. Whatever, I was thinking to myself, like, I know y'all real smart on this, but whatever makes like the clouds and lightning and stuff like that, and I feel like that's where we come from and that's what we made of. You know what I'm saying? Like nature, whatever, like the want to say, like, whatever makes the storms and stuff like that, the climate and stuff like that, I feel like we come from that stardust and stuff like that. A lot of people say we are star seeds and stuff.
Yeah, I think our genes, our specific genes, have a lot to do with the stars and even
Hmm.
the sun. I mean, all of those.
I don't
I
see
mean, of
which way
course,
this camera going.
the origin story doesn't begin every time one of us is born, but
Hmm.
just like it's happened to like our personalities end up being different just based on the months that we are born out of, those constellations that's in
Right.
play during that time. So um, the universe and the Mother Nature has a lot to do with who we are today.
Hmm.
But we're gonna have to do better. Now, my opinion on that whole, like, the pork period, regardless of what it is. I mean, it's even worse once you get to the chitlins. But I mean, just really eating any kind of pork. If you understand,
Yeah.
if you understand why it's an unclean animal, no matter how hard, how
We lost him.
Where
Go
you
ahead,
go?
Chris. He probably popped back in. I'm sure you agree with him. You could finish up what he was saying. How you
Yeah, he
feel
was
about
talking about the pork and the pig and stuff. We don't need to be eating a lot of chitlins and stuff. Some people still be eating pig feet. I only tasted chitlins like one time, and I ain't never really just ate it every. I probably haven't ate chitlins in probably 10 or 15 years. I haven't ate chitlins in a while. I know it tastes good with hot sauce, but I haven't ate chitlins in a long time. I haven't ate chitlins in a long
That's
time,
so
man.
funny. I bet you it's a lot of people out there that agree with you, bro.
Yeah,
We need to let
he
that shit
made me
go. It's
think
a
about
drug.
that.
We I think we're addicted to it. It's a drug. We need to let that shit go.
Yeah, they got a lot of drugs and a bunch of food, a lot of food.
Yeah, we need to let that shit go, man.
Yeah, because the Dr. Sabah was telling us what to eat and what not to eat and stuff like that. You know,
Go
and
ahead, Pat.
well,
What was you saying?
well, yeah. No matter how much you cook pork, you never get rid of the parasites, the worms and
Oh
stuff
yeah,
that's in it. So I mean that's one of the
I
main
forgot about
reasons
that.
why we shouldn't eat pork. But I agree with Chaka
Hmm.
as well with the addiction. I mean, all that heavy salt and like just
Yeah,
the. I mean,
it be
it,
tasting good.
it's well, and
I ain't gonna lie, you can't lie
I'm gonna
about
tell you.
that, man.
Like I haven't eaten pork in I stopped counting how long, but it's been probably at least 6 years, and then it would be very seldom
Oh, damn,
even
yeah,
before
right
that.
there. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, but the smell has even gotten to now. I don't even appreciate the smell anymore. Like it's it's just not
When you
it's
cook
not it.
bacon in the morning, you can smell that when that smell will wake you up.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
it used to. I ain't gonna lie. I'd be like, shoot, my nose will
But it's
take
been a
too much.
lot of. I mean, it ain't been that many melanated people, but it's been a few that's been waking up. You know, it's been they becoming more conscious and stuff like that, and they starting to tap in to achieve their godhood. You know, there's been a lot of people been tapping into that. You know, and
But talk about that more, brother, bro, because I be talking about God body, and I don't think people really understand what I mean when I say that.
well, I'm gonna be real with you. It's so many different forms of meditation. It's a certain form that you meditate, and once you realize that, you end up becoming one with yourself, and you end up becoming one with nature. You know, and next thing you know, you're gonna end up feeling things like the trees outside. You probably feel it now. You start feeling things. You know what I'm saying? You'll
Yeah.
start feeling the trees without touching them.
Well, tell me. I mean, do you ever get any feelings like in your gut, like you know, I guess to clearly say that. I mean, your intuition that's speaking to you that and this for either one of y'all, whoever want to talk on it. That whole
Yeah.
being able to tap into your intuition, and because I'm gonna tell you a story. Back when I was like in my early 20s, I would just go out
Hmm.
clubbing a lot, and with a group of friends, we went in the club, everything cool, everything, for a while, and then I just got this disturbing feeling in my gut, and I was like, man, we need to leave here.
Oh, it was that type of
We
feeling.
we we left, and like
Hmm.
not even 10, 15 minutes after we left, there was a total shootout in that club.
Ooh.
And I think like two people died and like 5 or 6 people were
And
shot.
See,
that's
that's
what I think. When you are in tune with nature, like he was saying, and those
hmm
vibrations, you're gonna feel those vibrations. And, a lot of people say you have another mind in your stomach, like your gut or
Hmm.
whatever, or maybe it's another heart, or however you want to look at it.
We have a few of them, but yeah.
And so, yeah, so you get that vibration. It's something in your stomach, that mind in your stomach is picking up on that vibration,
you
and
have.
it's letting you know something's about to happen. Because the thing is, like, there's this movie called Langoliers with Stephen King, and it's like after something happens, and I read the book, but after something happens, it's like the energy of that happening kind of lingers after it. And I think that's true before. So before something happens, there's a lingering of energy because it's about to happen, like a portal kind of opening up.
It
And
could
there's
be
one
something
mind,
like in the
and there's one
universe.
mind, and we're all connected to it. So if you're at
Right.
least paying attention, or you know, receptive to those energies, you it it'll t- you can call it God or the universe, however you want to call it, but it's speaking to you through those frequencies. But I was gonna
Mm.
say, I mean, is it possible that it's your chakras that's that's actually getting those vibrations that's letting you know, or
Yeah. They call that the vibrations that go through your body, they call it the Kundalini energy.
yeah,
hmm
yeah.
And I say we have another. A lot of people got. I want to say it's another universe inside of you.
Oh
You know
no,
what I'm
your
saying?
entire body is a universe.
Yeah,
Each
one big living
each
organism.
person is a universe.
Right.
We yeah. Like there
So
was a conversation I was listening to where or I don't know. Oh yeah, no, I think I was listening. I forget. I watched so many different videos. I forget who it was. But it was talking about the strands of our DNA. Like if they actually stretched out the strands of our DNA, could wrap around the world two or three times.
And
mm.
what
But
you
they had
saying?
the technology with the 5G towers and stuff.
And what you
You
say in
know.
the other video? What's DNA?
Oh, that's memory. Yeah, DNA is memory. So I mean, we feel like we're, like this model, this body is it's a new body, but we've been here before. Our souls, you know, the energy that we encapsulate within this shell,
Okay, thank you.
that's just like, all right, because that's what our souls are. And based on the way I've looked at it through metaphysics, our the life that we have, the energy is the energy from the universe, and it never dissipates. Like, what I'm saying, it only transfers. Like energy doesn't dissipate, it transfers. So
Right. It can be
that's
destroyed. Or what was the other one? Can be destroyed
Or
or
created. Or
yeah.
created.
hmm
yeah,
And that's what life is about too. Controlling energy and stuff like that.
yeah.
I want to say something about gravity because I didn't seen this girl. She controlled like because when I first seen her, I got kind of jealous because she ended up moving a broom without touching it. You know what I'm saying? Like she moved it up with her hand, and I was like, "Girl, if you can move that, I say you can stop bullets." I told her that you can stop bullets. And
With that,
she was saying something about the force of gravity and the law of gravity. You know what I'm saying? She kind of lost me because I didn't know what she was talking about at the time.
well, I of course well, I'm not gonna say of course. I mean, maybe I can utilize it one day, but I think that might be something attached to mentalism,
Yeah.
learning to control energy with your mind. Yeah.
I don't know how
Telekinesis.
she did it.
But let's gear it a little bit because this like we was talking about the astral plane, moving through the astral plane, meditation, so forth and so on.
Let me
And I and
move
I,
it up
and I
here.
just want to talk about my experience a little bit. Like, I got you right here. Right here.
Yeah. Chuck,
Wait, hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
I gotta
go
and look,
ahead.
just kind of give you a heads up. I gotta maybe another 10 minutes, and I
All right,
gotta
cool.
yeah.
Huh? Yeah, yeah. Well, you want to say something, Pat, in the last 10 minutes, then, and we'll finish up with
No, no, no. I mean, no. I mean, look, I'm in the middle of the conversation. If we get into it and it goes over a little more, but like in or about 10 minutes, I should be, getting
Well,
myself.
I appreciate your time, bro. I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Um, what I was saying was my experience. Is that when you really get into meditating and you can actually move in the astral plane, you realize that there's other entities out there, other
Right.
energies. And the thing is, when you're moving through the astral plane, they can see you. You become
hmm
you become visible, you know, and it's kind of scary, bro. Like I've had a few really scary experiences with it. So what I'm saying is that you can do this and it can be wonderful, but you can also do it and have like a really horrible experience because there's energies and entities out there that whatever you become a they become aware of you, so maybe now they feel like they want to attach to you or mess with you in some kind of way, because what people don't understand is like different entities have different agendas, their own like ideas or whatever the hell they got going on. It don't have nothing they're indifferent to whatever the hell you got going on. You get what I'm saying? Does that
Right.
make any sense?
No,
Yeah.
it makes complete sense because I mean, that's one of the reasons why mental health is so important is because the type of things we think of is what we attract into our existence. And that's just like somebody that's been drinking a bunch of alcohol and you in a different state, and not to say if you even pass out.
Just like
That's
he say when he was in the club. I mean, well, because one time I was in a club and I had it was like a long, like maybe 2 or 4 years ago. I ended up drinking and kind of had like marijuana. I did both at the same time, but I ended up seeing a spiritual being. It didn't look human, It had all pink fur and one eyeball and like pink hands and stuff like that. It was inside of somebody. I wanted to go over there, but I was like, I didn't want to fight nobody in the club, but I was already messed up. And so what I did was I just got out of there,
Yeah. So was
I
it
just
more
got
like a hallucination, or do you really feel
it
like it
might
was?
have been. It might have been. And it was dancing, but it wasn't on beat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It wasn't on beat.
Hmm. Yeah, because I
Yeah, it
mean,
was,
there was a like I'll be on TikTok and stuff too. So it's kind of like
yeah.
that whole Beyonce and Sasha Fierce type
Oh
of
nah, it's definitely wasn't it. I seen it, but yeah, I saw that too. That Beyonce Sasha Fierce thing. I don't know how that was. I don't know how the camera caught that.
But
I
yeah, I
don't
mean,
know. I don't
it
know.
depending on how we our state of mind, because we all
Yeah.
combine with what we consider good and evil, good and bad, or whatever,
Right.
however you want to look at it, and based on our state of mind, the purity of our thoughts can allow us to see something that's heavenly, or if our thoughts are more corrupted, if
Mhm.
we allow an inlet for that type of spirit to get in us, that's
Mhm.
that you're allowing the gateways for those type of entities. So
Right.
yeah, so
Mhm.
like I was saying before, that whole mental health thing, and like controlling your emotions, and
Right.
learning how to
Whatever's in your,
think
they
through stuff.
say whatever. I think somewhere in the Bible it talks about the heart, and they say the mind, the mind tell, the thoughts tell what the heart is either feeling or it got something to do with that the heart. I couldn't remember the verse or the chapter, but it was saying something about the heart. The
Yeah.
I have to go back and look that up. I have to go back and look that up, but it was saying something about the heart. But it's got something to do with the thoughts and stuff like that. The heart.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
I definitely think our heart and our mind is connected.
Hmm.
Um, because if you're living in your true self, you can react on your heart. But if your mind and your heart not really coinciding, your thoughts going one way, your heart's going
Hmm.
another. That's where you end up having you know different issues, bigger issues in your life, because you you
Right.
you lying to yourself ultimately. Like you're not really being your true self, So
Hmm.
balancing those things out is a must.
Yeah, I only meditate one time in my lifetime, and it actually felt good. But I mostly need to do it on a daily basis. because a lot of people tap into something, but they don't know how to control it as well. Because a lot of people fall,
tell
they
me this.
fall advanced.
When you're meditating, what do you practice? Like what are you actually doing in your meditation? Is it more thought or is it more breathing?
Well, one of the forms that, because it's different ways of meditating. Because I meditate in different type of ways. One
Okay.
of the ways I tried to meditate regularly. Sitting Indian style and just try to keep my mind calm at the same time. You know, uh, and once I meditated, I felt something like hit my body. You know what I'm saying? My body was linked down like this, but I some lift my body up like that. You know what I'm saying? When I was meditating, so I knew I
Well,
felt some kind of connection to something.
well, I'm gonna tell you, man, like, cause you know, when you're doing, you wanna have a purpose of what you're
Mhm.
doing when you're meditating, because you don't know what might grab you and just like
Mm.
those spirits we talked about. So,
Mhm.
one of the things is to, have you some affirmations, some positive affirmations that you want to chant. Whether it's just quietly in your mind while you're
Mhm.
breathing, or you can just as like as a beginner, really that's all you can just get quiet and then have your affirmations that you want to speak, and or the things that you want to manifest in life, or the feelings you want to have. You create you some affirmations that way, and that'll kind of lead you more into you know the past the beginner stage. But
Yeah.
the controlling your breath, like, that's really where a lot of the power comes in at, is because you know when you like, there's a lot of different, like you said, there's a lot of different ways that you can do it, but you definitely want to have intention uh when you're doing your
Mhm. It's
meditations.
it's like whatever you put your mind to. That's like it's not only for as like controlling your breath. It can also be like you can you can meditate like with vibration
Well,
within your body. You can
the vibration comes, that you will get that vibration that's gonna end up lighting up your body, if you,
right.
like I said, if you get that right breathing, breathing techniques, because sometimes you could do it with just bringing in air, taking in air one nostril,
Yeah, but
holding
our
it,
body
so
are we breathing right now as we speak,
I
but you don't
I
have to
just
automatically start your vibration through your body with breathing. You can do it like that, like real fast, real
well
vibration.
I
Our
I'm
body is
I
vibrating right now.
oh, of course, no, but what I'm saying is, because I'm speaking on more of a, where, because, like, for me, like, my whole I feel like
Everybody
a
has like a
warmth.
different way. Just like a
Yeah,
cat that vibrates with his body, we can do that at the same way.
yeah. No, I'm not. I mean, whatever your way is, that's fine. I thought maybe I can kind of, because I've been doing it for a while. I'm no expert, I mean, but
Right,
I was just trying to maybe offer a few things that you could do, because it seemed like it's something that you're trying to get into. So, but I mean,
right.
if you got, I'm not pushy. However you want to do it, I'm with you.
And that's what we need. We need people to, help each other,
Right.
go through this journey, because, um, learning from other people will help you out a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
We all need, some help sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to be able to sharpen our minds.
We gotta drop our egos, man. Like, that's one of the things that's gonna really get us a lot further with being able to unite with each other, because
Right.
as long as we allow this that mask to be out front instead of letting our heart pour out to each other. We really we we really gonna keep ourselves in a box. So
Yeah, we want to be able to uplift each other and not try to corrupt each other in no type of way.
Guess she ain't gonna
yeah,
make no
Try
sense.
try to see where a person stands. And because I don't know how people meditate or whatever. I'm not gonna be too judgmental on how they meditate. I just sit back and observe and learn first, and then try to put my 2 cents in on how I do.
What's up,
And
Brendan?
that way
I'm
everybody would
join
get
the
a chance
broadcast,
to
bro. Click on the link. Go ahead, Keita. My bad. Go ahead.
that way everybody would try to get to learn from each other.
yeah. And
Mhm.
and look, I'm gonna tell you, I definitely appreciate being, especially being able to listen to you know, young guys as well, because like I've listened to a lot of the elders to get me to the point where I am, but like young cat like you got a perspective that maybe I haven't touched on yet. So, you know, you got something that you
Exactly.
want to, yeah,
Exactly. So, and I'm sure he would love to get with you on the because the thing is with meditating and all that spirituality, it take time, right? It take time. It
Yeah,
take
it take a
patience.
long time.
say, bro,
But
I used to fall asleep in the middle of meditation. You know what I'm saying? Because like, you know, I ain't lie. I say, bro, I'm gonna tell you, like, I mean, but I got into the practice more, and it started becoming feeling a lot more natural. Plus, trying some of the different techniques that I, was given, like
Yeah.
the different type of breathing techniques, because it's like, you know, the one with just breathing out of one nostril and out the other and reversing it, and maybe
Yeah, I heard about that. That helps your
hold
lungs too.
yeah,
Hmm.
once you breathe in like maybe for 4 seconds and you blow out for 8, like it's
Hmm.
different ones. So like I'm not trying to tell you like there's one way to do it,
That's a
but at the
great
same
way
time,
too. That
it's
one that one releases a lot of stress as well.
oh, that's the biggest thing right there. That
Hmm. I heard
I,
about that
I
one.
I hardly get upset about anything. I promise you, because I'm
No, the form of meditating you were saying about it helps your lungs breathe real good. It helps your lungs,
well,
and it
I
helps
probably
with
need to do that
stress.
because
It
I'm
helps with a lot of
I wake up upset and out of breath every damn day. So and it's been a
well.
while since I actually, I used to go in, but I do have my meditations that I do. I take a shower, I turn off the light, and I try to
yeah.
clear my mind, like of all thoughts,
Hmm.
and then like I try to project my thoughts on creation, on like
Hmm.
something I want to make happen. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
one of the meditations that I do.
Well, and like I said,
Hmm.
like I was saying before, the intention is I think very important, because you don't want to just go into it and just end up wherever you end up. You have a goal, and you're
Right.
trying to, you know,
I
that's what you
like that
need to.
he said that. Yeah, you gotta have like a purpose when you meditate, because there's so many forms of meditating that we don't know about. It's a certain way we meditate, and then some knowledge will hit us, and it'll scare us at the same time. But like, whoa, you ever got a connection, from the universe, and you be like, man, there's so much knowledge that is scary, you know. But
I have. I mean, I'm not as creative as I was when I was younger, because I mean, of course,
right,
you know, cluttered with a bunch of adult thoughts and things
uh
like
huh,
that. But yeah, every now and then I do get those downloads, and I
hmm,
appreciate it. I have to write the stuff down when I get it, because like I said,
yeah.
but yeah, man, I'm it's time for me, man. I got to get up
I
and
just
drive in the morning. I'm already set for a load to pick up in the morning. But this is
yeah.
definitely be
Like I say, man, I appreciate your time, man. I really do. I thank you so much. And I'm sure the people learn from you every time you talk. That's why I called you again, anyways, because your video got a good amount of return after we did it. So I think the people like to hear what you have to say. So
well,
appreciate you
hey,
coming, man.
I'm glad to do whatever I can for the family, and I'm sure we'll do this again soon. What's our brother name here? I see. Was that say Vince?
Yeah, he can call me Vince. Vince.
It's good meeting you, man. Maybe we'll see each other again soon.
Okay.
You take it easy, brother. Chalk,
All
I'll
right.
holler at you, man. I'm gonna check on that video and the one we talked about earlier and send it to you.
I think you sent it, but yeah.
All right. Well, I'll be able to check to see if I sent it already. I won't send it again if I did. But
All right, man. Peace and
deuces.
love.
Yep.
Sleep well.
One.
Yeah, man. Man.
Yeah,
You
he
know
was
why I
saying
did
some
this
real
channel,
stuff.
bro? Me and you always be talking about heavy shit like since way back in the day.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
I've been I always been wanting to make a podcast for the longest because whenever I get to talking to people who have like deep thoughts, it usually be some good shit, bro. So like now I figure like I try to capture that shit and hopefully monetize it at some point, so that's what
Right.
I'm doing right now. So and I know you like to talk about like spirituality and the Bible and stuff like that. So what would you like to like? Is there something that you would like to share with the people that you think people should know that you think people don't know or whatever? Something that you've discovered throughout your spiritual journey that a lot of people don't know that you think they should know.
To study yourself. Study, far as getting in tune with nature, just getting in tune with nature and practice on meditation. Meditate, and what I want the people to know. Yeah, I just have to say meditation and trying to get to know yourself and get in tune with nature. I would have to say take the time out from some technology, and because
Unplug.
I be on technology a lot, Chuck. I be real heavy on technology. I gotta be able to meditate some more sometime, and get outdoors more, and because I be on the technology a lot. But the most important thing, man, the for us, like, just got to get in tune with nature and become more spiritual. Like, got to be able to eat healthy, and that's about it. Eat right, get in tune with nature. Drink plenty of water. Like what the guy was saying. You got to be able to breathe, and that's what I be wanting to talk about too. Breathing, and the part about controlling energy. I want to study on that, the gravity and stuff like that. I want to be able to get in tune with that as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some videos on that shit because I'm into that shit and the theory of relativity, time, space, and gravity, all that shit. Physics.
On my spiritual journey, I'm not gonna lie. In the beginning, it kind of started off with a lot of people probably didn't been to church, growing up, and but you remember how we was going to, like, once you doing like a different culture, I say far as like the Chinese people, you know, they've been like getting books from Africa on how to meditate and, you know, live the circle way of life, natural resources and stuff.
Wait. Let me
So
ask you something. I was having an interview with the dude the other day, and we were talking about how, like, do we think we living in a simulation, and could it be a video game, and kind of like, you know, the Matrix and people's avatar, and
I be
and and
thinking like that too sometimes.
like, how would you know if you was in a simulation?
If you keep seeing the same stuff over and over, I want to say over and over, and if you see something that you know it don't look real, you know, you starting to question stuff like, is this even real, or you know, like what's really going on? You know, you just start seeing stuff for what it really is. You seeing life for what it really is. You feel like you're the only one, you know, that's like out in the world that's woke. Like a lot of people not paying attention, but you paying attention though. But that's what I have to say. Like you starting to question stuff a lot, and you see things that a lot of people don't see, but you see it. You know what's going on. That's why you have to ask yourself. You have like doubts and stuff. Like, is that real over there? Is this really happening? And you starting to see like fake stuff. You know, like you feel like you in the Matrix or something.
So what do you think about that? Because these kind of thoughts go through my mind all the time. It's kind of scary, ain't gonna lie.
It's like sometimes every day you feel like if it's real or not. Cause I be thinking I'm in a video game too. Cause some of the stuff don't be real, you know. Just like a lot of this stuff, cause it's kind of like the Matrix, you know what I'm saying? Just like the dude designed certain things and stuff. Like that's on a computer. Remember that guy was telling him to look at the woman in the red dress, and then he told him to look again. It was an agent with a gun.
Yeah.
Fake stuff like that, man. You'll find in the Matrix. It's certain stuff they'll plot, and you really can't file for it. You know what I'm saying? But they say the Earth is shifting. You know, it's supposed to be coming a new Earth or whatever, and you're gonna be able to see through all the fake stuff that the Matrix is. You know, you're gonna be able to see through all that. And we supposed to be going into a fifth dimension. Have you heard about the sun supposed to be doing some type of solar flare, and it's gonna wake us up, our consciousness? Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that before because it's like a electromagnetic pulse, you know, and
Yeah.
the sun pulses all the time, and you know we have the electromagnetic field that protects us, but the core of the planet is molten metal, so it creates that field. But we also create fields, and our field affects the big field, and then those pulses affect the big field, which also affects us.
Okay. So do you think the microchip will stop us from evolving from the solar flare that's coming from the sun?
I don't know. I mean, that's speculation. You know, I don't really know what to say about that. All I'm saying is that, you know, we are filled ourselves. We're energy, so
Right.
those type of pulses affect us too. And then we're all groups, so we it's gonna affect us as a group, definitely.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I haven't I haven't been vaccinated or nothing like that, you know. I know my father have. He been vaccinated, but and then my girlfriend friend, her kids got vaccinated and her as well, and then the kid ended up getting some type of sickness like vomiting blood and stuff like that. It's just a
Okay,
lot of
bro.
people been dying from the vaccine shot as
Wait,
well.
wait, wait. Don't talk about that shit.
Oh,
That's
okay.
that got my channel taken down. Let's talk about something else.
Okay.
You know, back to the video game and not really being able to tell, you know, because I think that shit is so interesting, because I also believe it's like, 'cause one thing that Brendan said, he said that, like, you know, like people that are racist haven't realized that they just in an avatar, and it's like you're just hating on an avatar. And if you look at it that way, then racism is dumb as fuck, because you're just hating on somebody's avatar that they chose in the game. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's sometimes I feel like I be want to wake up, but because you know how they stick them big old plugs in the back of their head in the Matrix. Sometimes I be feeling like, you know, when am I gonna wake up or something? I'm be trying to jump up and wake up out of the Matrix sometime, but I mean, it's because you ever seen that movie Men in Black 3? Did you see the Men in Black 3? They had that one guy that was telling the future, like he already knew it, but his universe got destroyed, so he went back in time to tell them about the universe before it got destroyed. He was a fifth dimensional being in that movie.
Wait, I don't think I saw that one. Is that wait? No, I did. It's the young, cute chocolate chick. She was in it.
No,
right?
not that one. The third one. It still had Will Smith in it. The last one, and he went to go back in time to save his partner Jay. You remember that one?
That's part 2.
No, that's part 3. There was a guy. He gave him like a some type of something about a universe. It was like a little blue, and it looked like a universe, and it had like a circle and a bunch of loops and stuff like that.
Right, and it
then
was
he
on the
said,
cat.
once you no, not that one. That's part
I'm
1.
confused.
Once you let it out in
I'm
space.
confused as fuck. Go ahead, just tell the story, because I'm confused.
He said they was trying to save the universe because it was this guy, he escaped from jail, you know, and he was trying to take the universe from him. It was like a small universe, and what they had to do was take it out into space, and it'll be a lot bigger once it get out into space, and it made a big old covering over the earth so it could be protected. You probably have to see that one. It's a good movie.
So, but what's the point of it? Like, how does that relate to what you were saying though?
The fifth dimensional being, like he could see things like into the future, and he was making like portals and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That he can, you know, see stuff before it happened. Like he could see stuff. He was showing him stuff happening, and he could predict stuff at the same time. You know, like let's just say we're gonna go to the movies next week, you know, then next thing you know, we in the movies and stuff like that. He was predicting stuff like real fast, you know, because he was a fifth dimensional being. Even though when you meditate and you go through like different dimensions and stuff like that, you know, third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension. I don't know if anybody ever reached the sixth dimension, you know. And just like how can I put this? But yeah, that's what I was saying. But he was one of the beings that was that can go back in time, you know, and into the future. He was a fifth dimensional being, and we do that too when we meditate too. Sometimes we can go, because I had one time a glimpse, a vision that was something supposed to happen in the future, and it happened. Because when we meditate, it's like, you know, we go to different dimensions and stuff like that. So what you think on that, Chuck?
Well, about what?
About, like, you know, having visions and be able to predict stuff. Because, you know, sometimes when we predict stuff, we be sleep sometime, you know.
Well, I think that's creation. And,
deja vu too.
Well, I think that you didn't predict it. You created it. When you was meditating, you created that future event.
Cause sometimes, let me unplug this. Cause sometimes it's like, how can I say? Oh, like, cause it was this one time. You know how they say how our birthmarks be that we were somebody in our past life and that's where we got shot at. You heard about that before?
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yeah, so it's like we've been reincarnated, you know, and that was our past life. You know, some people remember that, you know, and it's like we in the future now, you know, and it's like when you meditate, you can remember that stuff. Not saying that I created that when I meditated, it already existed. You know what I'm saying? It already had existed. And sometimes we can meditate and see things that'll happen, get visions for stuff that happen in the future as well. Not
But
saying that I thought about it and created it, but let's just say I went to sleep and I had a dream that something was going to happen, like you know, something that's going to happen in the future, and then it'd be like 2 weeks later and it happened like that. That's kind of like predicting, you know, what'll happen in the future, like later on.
hey,
But the fifth
I'm gonna read some comments and then I want you to let me to comment on the comments, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
All right, say affirmations, I agree, are key. If you chant them repeatedly, you start to feel them. I am healthy, I am wealthy, I am happy. I even like to say affirmations for my family. Example, my family is healthy.
I like that. I will have to write that down. I have to write that down, Chuck. That sounds like some good information because, you know, I have to be around peaceful people, you know, just like I don't know if you've seen the movie, not the Airbender, the Avatar Airbender.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen the whole episode because I was watching it on Netflix on certain episodes, and it was these two fishes that was called the yin and the yang, and he sit in front of the water where the yin and yang fish at, and he had to do like meditation in front of the fish, and he went to like another world. Yeah, he went to another world, and he had to get some type of knowledge from one of the some elderly person. He got some wisdom from him, but he was meditating, and the fire lord was trying to come get him, but he couldn't be touched or bothered while he was in a form of meditation. It was kind of like he went to another world. He left his body and went to another world, and he got some information, and he came back and found out how to defeat the fire lord. That was another form of meditation. You probably have to check that one out. You probably catch it on Netflix or whatever.
Yeah, that's interesting stuff, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what are other stuff that you be thinking about that's heavy that you kind of be scared to talk about or uncomfortable to talk about with other people?
See, that stuff I can't talk about, Chuck. I'm gonna be real with you. I can't talk about that, Chuck. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm not gonna talk about that, Chuck.
What is
Because
some
it's
stuff
gonna be one day that I have to say, like, have to be one day, Chuck. The world be so messed up. But I would tell people, I will make a YouTube channel on telling people how to achieve their godhood.
Okay, we'll talk about
Period.
that.
Period. That I can't talk about. It's I don't know. I can't talk about that right now. We can talk about anything else. But we can talk about, for as get back on with the Anunnaki people. I don't know if you remember, Chuck, but they showing people they showed like on the stones of the Anunnaki, they had like a tree in the middle and they had pine cones. You remember that? They had pine cones on the tree. And I don't know if you remember, I gave you a pine cone one time, but it had a certain scent, but it was closed. It wasn't like spread apart. It was like closed real good. But I really didn't know too much about the pine cones back then. Back then like that, but I do now, and I'm starting to do a lot of research on that. And it's like, how can I say? Oh, the form of sleeping. That's another form of meditation too. When you sleep, because your body needs sleep, like maybe 8 hours of sleep. Because certain hours of the day, your body, I think certain stuff happens to your body when you sleep. Certain hours of the day, it heals. Just good stuff happens to your body when you sleep at night. And I want to say you receive like your body heals a lot. Everything on your body heals when you sleep at night as well. So you can go back to the comments if you want and see what they asking
Yeah,
about.
he said there is infinite futures, bro. If you had a vision at that moment, if you feel it might be a bad future, bring awareness to it and delete it.
I don't know how he knew that, because I
He
had
said,
one bad.
he said, I am a time traveler. Say it 100 times a day or whatever your goal is. He said, also, I did affirmations in songs that I made that I listened to over and over. It came into fruition. It's like you're programming yourself. You need to say it until you believe it, though.
Yeah, that's right. Because our minds are already being programmed and stuff. That's like reprogramming your mind. It's like better. It's like bettering yourself. I would love. I gotta be able to do that. I gotta find time to do stuff like that, man. I don't never really be having time because people are always working and they got us distracted with so many things on the planet, man. Instagram and women and all kind of stuff they have us distracted with, crazy stuff, man. But also I was on TikTok one day, Chalk, and there was this guy. He created a portal inside his room, and like a couple of days later, he ended up coming up missing and stuff like that.
Damn.
Yeah. But far as I know, you was talking to the other guy that was on live with us. You were saying something about the Earth. Not the. I don't know if it's round or flat or not. But this is my opinion. I don't know. I think it's both. What do you think?
Well,
You turn my volume up.
I'm sorry. The thing about the flat Earth is when you start talking about that, you get lost. There's perspective. I talk about you can't see the trees for the forest, and you can't see the forest for the trees. So perspective can lead you to see things in a way that that you're missing the rest of the picture. And then in that way, you can go into believing the flat Earth thing because The part about the flat Earth that is interesting to me is the when we talk about Antarctica and the North Pole and the South Pole. I think those things are interesting, and the hollow Earth theory. I think those things are interesting, but nature. You know how like when you drop some oil in water, it's gonna make like a little ball, right? It's gonna make like a little bubble. It's not gonna be circular like a sphere, but it's gonna be kind of a ball, and that's just kind of the way gravity works. So the point, that's what we have to see, and we have to realize nature will tell us those answers that we need. The Earth is the Earth is not a ball. It's more of like that little glob that the oil makes when you put it in water.
I say it's both, Chuck. Flat and round. I say it's flat and round. It's flat and it's round. So you really can't have an argument about if it's flat or round. It's flat, but it's round too at the same time. So, and but I want to also say that. Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you. Like kind of in the middle of our conversation earlier. It was the Anunnaki people that, because they say because you know how they in the Bible, they say woman came from man and not man came from woman. They say we both was one. You know what I'm saying? And there was some beings came from another planet and they separated us somehow.
That's what the Adam and Eve story is kind of saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying, but no, because Adam and Eve, because
Adam was alone.
You're right. If you
Adam
put it
was
a
alone.
certain way,
He said, "I want somebody here with me, please," and they took his rib, and made it into another person.
But they say a man and a woman was one. They was both one.
Well, that makes.
I'm not saying.
Listen. So if they took Eve from Adam, then that's making 2 out of 1, and that's pulling a woman out of a man, basically, right?
Well, okay, I say it's like that. You know, I have to say, yeah. But they made it seem like they was like a tree at first, you know, and there was like these tree-like beings or something. I don't know. It was like a tree bark, like tree-like beings at first. And because you know that character off that movie, they got his name was Uba Gib or something like that. It was a tree-like being, and because you know the Anunnaki, that I can't really tell a species, but you know I know they body is kind of like ours, like human like, but they was way taller too, Chuck. They was way taller than we was. They was way advanced. They say they supposed to come back. You think they coming back?
The Anunnaki? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I say the only way they have to come back is maybe through a portal, Chuck. Cause I think that's my opinion. That's what I'm guessing. They probably have to come back through a portal somehow. You know.
You ever watch that show Stargate? Star Trek? Yeah, Stargate.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I used to like that shit. The idea of it is so interesting. What if they have Stargates right now, and that's the reason why, like, in certain areas, people can't go.
That might be real, Chuck. That might be real.
Maybe that's why they don't let you go to Antarctica and stuff like that.
And they say, you know, that Bermuda Triangle. They say that's another portal. It's a gateway to inside the hollow earth or something. That's a place I would want to go to as well, you know. because it's surrounded by military and whoop the whoop, and they say there's so many portals where you can get inside the hollow earth. Even Area 51, they say they got a portal over there. They say there's so many portals they got around the world, but they don't tell nobody. They don't want nobody to know. But that one guy that created a portal in his room, man, he came up missing, Chuck. I don't see how he did that.
Let's read the
That'd be
comments.
crazy.
He said, here's the comments. It said, when you sleep, it's like an update, how your phone updates or game updates. When you sleep, you download your reality.
That's true.
And he said the portal was it done with dark matter or light orbs? The earth is a map. If you want it to be a globe, you start downloading alternative maps. When you believe it's flat, your update is solely earth. He said, you do have a sun and a moon in your temple, reflecting your male and female side, no matter your gender.
That dude, who was that? That person's smart.
He said, I believe they're here. I think he was talking about the Anunnaki when you was talking about the Anunnaki. He said, I believe they're here because he was asking when are they going to come back? Maybe they already here. Maybe they already came back.
Tell them I don't think they came yet. It's either tell them they either here or they haven't just act yet. Because we know they are one of the most highest beings out of all the beings, Even though we lack of knowledge, there's so much stuff that they left behind, but it's all been destroyed, But what else they saying in the comments?
I think I read all of them. Hold on, let me see something. Let me play something right quick if y'all want to bear with me.
I have some sad news. China continues to let down the rest of the industrialized world. I mean, it's just not living up to the standards set by much of the globe. For example, as Danny Haifong wrote recently, China has not been to war in more than 40 years, never conducts regime change operations, does not get involved in destabilization of other countries, and does not unilaterally impose sanctions as a form of economic bullying. What are you doing, China? Do you want to play with the big boys or not? Not been to war for 40 years? War is like masturbation. You have to keep at it or you won't know if your weapons are firing properly. This is why every American general has palms hairier than a Yeti. And China, no lateral economic bullying? How else are you going to bend other nations to your will, killing thousands of innocent people in a process that those people have nothing to do with, huh?
I do see that this is a time where males need guidance and where there isn't the kind of elders, customs, initiations, routes to masculinity are in short supply. I can see that there's a real value in that. But I also feel that in this time of social contention, identity politics being part of it, and conflict, that ideas that promote unity and the immolation of those kind of boundaries, it feels to me would be particularly and especially valuable. Do you know?
Well, again, but I think the right way to do that is to concentrate on the individual. So let me answer that in two ways. The first issue is that it isn't self-evident that the reason that what I've been talking about has been attractive to young men, that might be like a fluke. And it might be a fluke because almost everybody who watches YouTube is male.
Yeah.
So if I look at my YouTube audience, it's 80% male. But that's true of YouTube audiences in general.
So it's just a typical YouTube audience.
Right. And so what's happening?
Is that your intuition?
Well,
because I feel that there is something about
maleness. I think it's more
complicated
than that. But I do know that since my book has come out, I've been watching the demographics of my public audience. that more and more and more women are coming out. So it's now to about 65-35 from 80-20. And more older people are coming out too. So I think a fair bit of it was a consequence of the fact that most of my exposure was to the YouTube audience, which happens to be mostly men. Now, I do also think that there is a particular crisis with regards to what might be described as proper pathways to masculinity. I also think that's at play. So I think there's two factors. But I don't think, and Kathy Newman kind of went after me about this, you know, she said, well, you know, if you're directing your message towards young men, which I wasn't, but assuming that's the case, isn't that divisive? And I would say, well, I don't think it is divisive because, first of all, the masculine in women also needs to be developed. It's very, very important. And the people who are the enemies of the masculine in men are also the enemies of the masculine in women. So
Hey, did y'all hear that?
Okay, Chuck, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah. The masculine in women, and the masculine in men, feminine in men, and feminine in women. Toxic masculinity coming from females. Nurturing masculinity in boys and men. So what do you think about all that? You know,
the masculine of being in like young men, or
what I think a lot of people misunderstand is that masculinity and femininity is not gender related. Each gender has a different degree of masculinity and femininity. It's more of like a scale. So we all fall somewhere along that scale, and it doesn't have nothing to do with our gender.
Right.
So, and then I think a lot of that gets lost in the conversations about LGBTQ and, you know, that stuff. So what do you think about that?
I think the masculine and feminine is like energy. You know what I'm saying? We have our masculine energy and we have our feminine energy. Some men have a masculine energy, but they don't have the feminine energy. You know, but they do need the feminine energy in their life. And they go both. I want to say they go both ways for the male and female. So, you know, like just like they say they have the alpha male, the sigma male, and the beta male, you know, but the sigma male has the masculine and the feminine energy. The alpha male just have the masculine energy, you know, but he don't have the feminine energy, even though he needs the feminine energy as well. You get what I'm saying?
Some of it. I got what you were saying about the energy, but I kind of got lost at the end.
It's like they both, like the male has to have both masculine and feminine energy so it could be balanced.
Right.
So it could be balanced. And
you know, like an old gal, the grandchildren, all the first name. Let's get out of here. I called
so both sides can be balanced, you know, because it wouldn't be balanced if a masculine man would, you know, didn't have the feminine energy. You wouldn't be balanced and stuff like that. Like if you got in a relationship with someone, you know, it wouldn't work out because you wouldn't be balanced.
And I agree that the universe has to be balanced. It's the yin and the yang.
Right. There you go.
And what I say about, you know, the females and the male, like the feminists, like you can't, men and women are not equal and they'll never be. And that's not the point. The point is that men and women fit each other like a plug fits into a socket, you know? It's one doesn't work without the other. They need each other to work. So I think that's what it is. You know, that's what we get lost, and that's where we get confused.
That's like the Ankh at the same time.
That's what the Ankh is. The Ankh means eternal life, and it's the yoni and the phallus together.
You can actually make some out of either gold, copper. You know, brings you good luck and stuff like that. What else I was about to say? Something about the I can't remember. I just had it in my head. God dog it. Yeah, but yeah, copper. You know, copper is like good luck for us. You know, it's good luck. Oh, that's what I'm about to tell you. Cause you always knew about them crystals. I ain't know nothing about that. You knew about them crystals, man, and I didn't know nothing at that time. You showed me you had a big white crystal. I didn't know nothing about that. I was like, what is he doing? They just collecting rocks. You know, I ain't know nothing about that. I was like, man, he just collecting rocks and stuff. I was like, what is he? But man, that stuff can protect you, man, from bad spirits, bad energy. That stuff, I found out about that later on, man. I just hate that you didn't tell me, bro. I hate that,
I'm
bro. I
always trying
felt
to
like,
tell people stuff, bro. They don't never be trying to listen, bro. Like, you know what's interesting about crystals? They don't
what?
really fit in the. They're not.
Yeah,
They're not a liquid or a solid,
right.
and they vibrate so fucking fast. I mean, I could talk
Mm.
about crystals for a long time, but
I learned a little bit about them too. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and I heard that I'm not gonna say that on loud.
yes, kids. Join the. Click the link. Click the link and join the program, bro. Or sis, I don't really know who you are. Ain't gonna lie, because the name I can't remember. I think that's Juanita.
Who's that?
You need to join the. Click the link and join the thing. She
But yeah,
said,
as far as I've seen a lot of people. They be having the crystals wrap around the copper and stuff like that. And I was like, man, I want me a crystal necklace, man. You know. But one guy, he's super smart. He believed like he know a lot about the Indians, and he like a melanated person. And I'm not gonna say black because we all call each other black, even though black means like dark. You know what I'm saying? We call white people white, white is pure, you know, but they skin tone really not white, it's pink. But but we call each other black. We started calling each other dark. They cursing each other.
right.
And yeah, so and black is just it's really a color. White is a color, you know. But back with the crystals, man. The guy told me I needed like a all black crystal. It's called I think it's called a Shunite or something like that. I can't remember. It's a Shunite. I have to look back in my comments on TikTok because I be on TikTok a lot, and I really don't be making the videos. I made about 10 videos on TikTok, but I need to probably start making some more. I done spread a few words of knowledge, and on TikTok, a few words of advice and encouragement.
All
But
right,
yeah,
I'm gonna
I
read the
really,
comments. I'm gonna read the comments. Hold on. He said, hold on.
I really need some crystals.
It said, I don't know if I read this one. It said, they are watching, but they are abducting people and pushing their solutions to our problems through them, so that humanity does not malfunction at the sight of them and try to destroy them.
Read that one more time.
It said, they are watching, but they are abducting people and pushing their solutions to our problems through them, so that humanity does not malfunction at the sight of them and try to destroy them.
Oh.
And it said you need to balance the two energies. And then it says you have both energies, but their expression is often geared towards one side to be like your peers. Yeah, spirit is the breath of life. And then it said the algorithm offers your birthstone that amplify your protection orb. He said flowers too. I don't know what that means, but I guess
What do you say?
flowers. And the next comment said flowers too. I'm not sure what that means.
Flowers are like the it makes the circle of life. It makes that circle. Chuck, you know about that stuff.
Yeah, what do you know
we
about
both
that?
can sharpen each other our mind. You know what I'm saying? But
tell the people.
You got your secrets, bro. You got your secrets. You know.
But see, that's why I'm doing this channel. It would take way too much, bro. If I just keep talking, I'm gonna bore the shit out of everybody. So it's better that I have conversations.
They want to hear that. Trust me, they want to hear that. They
Bro,
definitely
so what do you know about the tree? What I'm talking about? The flower of life, the egg of life. What do you know about that stuff?
The flower, it's like it makes up the
Fibonacci code.
It makes the shape of life like the circle. I can't pronounce that word. What is that? It makes it's like a shape that goes around and around and around and around. It makes the whole shape. And yeah, the flowers, because a lot of signs, the universe been giving us a lot of signs lately. You know what I'm saying? It's like we got to pay attention to frequencies. We got to pay attention to sounds, lights, colors, shapes, you know, certain languages. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff we have to pay attention to. And it be something so similar, so small that one of our ancestors can come and let us know it was right under our nose the whole time.
Yeah, I see her. Make her go. That's not how we talking. Make her go. I'll leave. Yay, I'm ready.
Amazon packages with her name and address on it. You understand what I'm saying? You follow me? So
yeah, if you can help me, yeah. I appreciate it.
So we'll talk.
All right.
You know, we're here early. Got a little tour of the plane.
Oh, Brendan wrote Fibonacci code. He knows what it is. Oh shit. 1 1 2 3 5, etc. Think seashell. He knew exactly what we was talking about. A lot of people don't know this stuff. I went all the way down this rabbit hole. I went so far. I was lost on this shit, and I was drawing it. And you know, it's creation is what it is. And everything goes through this same pattern. Nothing can avoid that pattern. When we're born, our cells, when we become a human in our mom's belly, we go through the circles.
Same pattern over and over.
Yaya's kid says, you guys were talking about the Ankh, the breath of life. Thanks for the invitation, but I'll check you guys another night. Oh, I'm a female. Okay.
It looks like you had time to put together the 10,000 piece like
yeah, it's the same cycle over and over again.
I'm really surprised that Brendan knew what that was, man. This guy be his brain be surprising me all the time, man. I mean, you know, I guess this them YouTube, you know, going down the YouTube rabbit holes that we all go down.
Yeah.
It's Dumbledore. Screw you guys. You'll be a part of this hard work. I'll try your best. Thank you, fellas.
Yeah. Yeah, man. How long he been on your channel, Chuck?
It's been about a month now.
Okay.
So yeah, so talk more about that the flower of life, egg of life, like to the people they don't know, the people that don't know out here. Explain it to them.
Well, I feel as that everything that makes everything in the universe, the birds, the trees, the grass, everything is made of that pattern. Everything, you know. And that's my opinion on it, you know. Everything is made of that. Why does I keep going? But yeah,
Yes,
that's how.
but explain it to the people that don't know what it is. Like, you know, you was talking about the shape and the curves.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work? Like, explain it to them. How did you learn about it? How did you learn about it?
I mean, in certain videos I watched, I had learned about it, you know. But I kind of figured it out. Once you become part of nature, you pick up on things like real quick. You pick up on things like once you become part of nature. Once you do like some research and studying, you know, and it'll click to your mind, you know. But I've been watching certain videos and stuff teaching on that, the circle way of life and about the flower and the shapes and stuff like that, symbols. Even with sound, Chuck, you can do a frequency sound and it'll make that pattern. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. You're on
Yeah,
to something because
even frequency of sound to make that pattern, man. Let's just say we play some music and the sound, it'll make us feel good, man. It'll make us feel good, you know. Certain music in a certain shape or sound, it'll make you feel sad or happy, you know. Even
yeah,
the fruits are even the fruits grow in that pattern.
yeah, talk about that because you were talking about the music, the vibration, and you said it could make it in water. So like, and then you was talking about how we're water. Talk about that.
Yeah, I think water carries memory. Does water carry memory too? I
think
know
so.
it's oxygen, but I think water carries memory too.
I think it does. I was reading something about that. Go on.
Yeah, it's carried memory and it's like the vibration, just like the water and the vibration goes down into the pyramids. You know, I'm not finna talk too much, you know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
I wanna say, I mean, it's not bad for us to no. It's not bad. I mean, I'm not saying like, cause you know how people go to church, right? But it's like your body is a church too. Your body is a pyramid, and that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, well, keep going with that. Go ahead.
Nothing else after that.
Come on, man.
Your body is a pyramid. Your body is a church. That's it. I can't say no more after that, Chuck. I don't want to say too much.
So,
Yeah,
but what about the vibrations? What about water? What about like that? You saw that video about the guy who like put his intention on the water and then he froze it, and then the water had different attributes depending on the intention that he put on the water. Did
I
you
didn't
see that?
see that. Mm-mm. The guy, Basquiat, through his painting, something you just said made me think of him, about the vibration and it's something about his painting. The guy Basquiat, damn, because I seen one of his paintings, and I seen it, and it's certain stuff hidden in his paintings. I don't know if you've seen a couple. You seen a couple of his paintings? I seen a couple of them, and it made me realize something. What was that you just said?
Man, I don't know what I said. My damn brain is all over the place. Talking about vibrations. Oh, the experiment with the guy, because I was watching this story
Oh,
and
the water.
yeah.
Experiment.
And then
Yeah, it was in his pictures is showing that we can do anything we want to do. You know what I'm saying? Stand on water if we wanted to. Stand on water. And
well,
and
what I
it's
was
simple. I think it's 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 simple. It's simple. It's very simple for us to do that, but we just don't know how to. Like your mind could be in the clouds and stuff like that. He had a picture of a man head is a cloud in his body. Got a full human body and his head was like a sky or a cloud or something like that. You know what I'm saying? They it be saying stuff in certain stuff in his paintings as well, But but yeah, he be having certain stuff in his paint. But boys, me, I have to I always have self-control, but I think I need more self-control. I need to become more watch what I'm doing, like watch how I'm treating people, and gotta have control over that, meditate, and just like the guy said in the comments, say this, and say that over and over again. Gotta reprogram my mind, because my mind be all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Because certain stuff, I done read a long list of, you know,
your mic is rubbing something.
I done read a long list of stuff like telekinesis, aerokinesis, electrokinesis, telepathically. It's a long list of stuff that we can do. Matter of fact, when I get a chance, I'm gonna send you the picture. They got a long list of stuff we need to master. When we get into meditation and stuff like that, I'm gonna have to send it to you because I screenshotted it. It's in my gallery in my phone, and I will have to send it to you.
I'm gonna read the comments. It say you plus you equals you. And then Yaya Kid said the plan of life. And then he said 0, the matrix, 1, you, or vice versa. And then he said, now add them together. 0 plus 1 equals 1, which equals 1, but it only equals 1 through time. It took time to add 0 and 1. And then he said, now add again because time is infinite.
It will it equal 1?
And then he said, what is time is the question. What is time, not who is God? You realize time is God. And I talk about space time all the time because people don't understand it. Einstein said space and time is the same thing. There's no separation between space and time. So then all of these dimensions of physics that we have are just lenses that we're using to look at one whole thing, which all works together and can't really be separated. You can't separate space from time because it's really the same thing. And that's what he's saying, I think, when you talk about what is time. Because when you start thinking about what is time, then now your mind is finna get blown the fuck out. And so the universe is endless and infinite. Then space and time is not separate. That means, time is infinite. So time may just be one moment that never ends. So and then you gotta think about God. Then you gotta think about God because, like, okay, so what the hell? So did something? How it had to start somewhere, or did it have no start? Did it never have a start? Never had an end? Never have a beginning? Does something exist outside of it? What thought created this thought that we live in? because we know universe is mind. We know universe is mind.
Just like they say it in that movie, Man in Black. Don't ask questions to things you don't want to know. You know, I mean, I would love to know that, but that I don't want to know. I'm gonna be real with you. That I don't want to know, Chuck. I'm gonna be real with you. That I don't want to know, man, because that part there's I don't know, man. I mean, I would have to think about that. You know, when it first started, it probably. I'm trying to think, but sometimes maybe you can use like certain vibrations and try to get some download on that information. You know,
And I think that's what
but
it is. It's just like in the Matrix, you know, in the movie The Matrix, right?
Right.
After he unplugged and he was in the ship, he still had them damn holes in his body from when he was plugged up to the Matrix. But at that point, some of these holes become an advantage because he can plug up to the computer and the computer
Right.
can download information right into his brain. And like
Yeah.
that's how he learned how to do karate and all of that stuff. So I
We
think
have to. Is that in
it's
that
like that.
case? It's already in our DNA then. Or we
Exactly.
just have to contact it. I mean,
Right.
tap into it. That's what I'm trying
Right.
to say.
Right. Tap into it because
Yeah.
he was all broken and messed up by the computer, but the computer gave it easier pathway for you to inject that information and that knowledge so he can connect straight to the source of knowledge and just have it go directly into his body. So, but that's kind of like us because when we go through trauma in our life, really bad trauma, and we get beat up, that allows us to be able to grow spiritually. It makes it easier for us. It's like we get to fast forward, we get to skip certain levels in the game because you know, it's like when you played one stage of a game, right? And you kept playing that stage over and over and over, and for whatever reason, you couldn't pass the stage. It was something that you was missing. Some little thing you was missing and made you not pass the game, but that stage. But you played that stage so many times, you became really, really, really good at moving around that stage, even though you hadn't found the way to get to the next stage. But then when you do find the way to get to the next stage, then what happens? You end up flying through the next how many levels because you've already built up that skill to fly through those next levels. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that's
you
kind of
said a
like what
lot.
it is. So you had a hard time, you beat yourself up on that stage, but because you beat yourself up and you really wanted to learn, you ended up inadvertently elevating your skill level and allowing you to connect directly to the knowledge and just move right through the next levels. What do you think about that?
I agree, man. I agree because you I want to say it's like life. You know what I'm saying? People don't really just get life, you know what I'm saying? But we go through life because of a certain purpose. We need to learn. We keep going, people keep being reincarnated until you know what I'm saying? Until you figure it out, you know, to get past a certain level, it's certain tests we all go through, trials and tribulations and stuff, you know. And until we figure it out and we get to move to the next level, you know, it's kind of like within our body, you know, just like with the chakras. You get to the next level, you know, meditate a certain amount of time, or you know, that's like somebody practicing for something, they don't get it, they move to the next level. You know, it's in so many forms and stuff, so many tests we go through just to get to the next level. And what was that last part you said? about moving? Like after you did it over and over and over, and you had to go to the next level.
And you basically fly through the next levels because they're easy to you.
Because I was thinking back on the Matrix, because that machine helped him, you know, and that movie is so secret. I mean, not so.
It's heavy.
Figure,
It's so much knowledge in it. I think it was an
you know,
accident. I don't think they meant for all that knowledge to get out in that movie like that.
and
They didn't realize the knowledge was there.
He had to go to the Oracle. How many times did he have to go to the Oracle? Like probably 2 or 3 times.
Over and over, a bunch of times.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Throughout. Wait.
And they all had faith in him.
But she comes out at the end. She comes out at the end of the third movie in Matrix, the last one. She comes out at the end along with the I think it was the architect came out, and they was talking. It was like it was the whole thing was part of like them two competing with each other to see what is gonna happen and who
They're
won.
predicting it. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that in real life.
I'm gonna read the comments.
It's all some kind of game or something.
He said some good shit in here. Okay, he said that's life. That's Fibonacci. He said curiosity will kill the cat, and time will loop because it can't be killed. It's infinite. He said you without time has no expression. He said time is the creator of you. So who or what created time? What if you did it to express yourself?
What if time? I heard time don't even exist. But another thing I want to talk about is that movie Lucy. Did you check that one out?
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Yeah, I want to see that movie. I gotta see.
You haven't seen that?
I seen that movie, child. I seen it. And
yeah, that's pretty deep. That's pretty deep.
Child,
what you think about
that
it?
That movie is deep. I only seen it one time. I gotta see it more than once.
I watched it a couple times. I had to because when I saw it, I think I saw it at the movies or something. I saw it when it first came out, and I was like, "Damn, they're really trying to say something in this." So then I went back and watched it a couple more times. Yeah.
I don't even know if you know the half of it, man.
What did you get from it?
A lot. But I feel like now if I done learned a lot around us outside and stuff like that, the surroundings. But I feel like if I watch it now, I get a better understanding. It's understanding, you know. What I got out of it was she was able to control shit. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna tell you how she doing it, but she doing it. You know what I'm saying? They supposed to say like this big old drug gave her an extra boost or whatever, whoop-de-whoop. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, the drug did wake her up, but they probably do got some type of something that can tap inside our DNA and unlock our spiritual being powers. You know what I'm saying? Even higher, you know what I'm saying, on a higher intellect, a higher level and stuff, you know.
Because that's what I think X-Men is. I think X-Men is talking about us. I think X-Men is us.
Of course, you know, yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, no doubt about that.
And different people have different powers. They just have to know how to tap into it. They don't know
That's
what they
right.
are. They don't know how to tap into them. They don't know how to use them.
Just like in Spider-Man. But what movie was that? Certain movies that when kids get bullied, that it triggers them. When they're getting pushed into a corner, it brings out their power. Ain't that something? It's like a certain feeling, emotions, because you always used to talk about it's about how you feel. You know what I'm saying? Remember I used to say it's about how you feel? That's a true saying too. And it's about how you feel. It'll bring out you know, special spiritual being powers and stuff like that, you know. it'll bring that out. But back to that movie Lucy, man. I got some information, man. She be able to control stuff. She be able to feel things and stuff. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that movie. I don't know what they probably sold out. I don't know where they selling it at. I think I could probably get it from Walmart or something. But that's a I think that movie is perfect, man. I ain't saying it's better than The Matrix, but that's a good movie, Chop. That's a good movie. And that movie there, it talks about different levels. You know what I'm saying? Even though he was like, your body is at an 80%, your body's is 100%. You know what I'm
Well, and
saying?
and then what happened at the end? When she got to the highest level, she just kind of like dissipated, and she kind of disappeared. And then, but it was like she wasn't there, but it was also like she was everywhere. So that's the thing. That's what it is when you go back into the ocean, when you go back into the abyss, when you go back into the universe, you are part of everything.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know about Nirvana, you know about Buddha, and how you could, they say you can meditate, and then you can move straight from this dimension to the next without dying, and you just leave, you just straight leave from this physical realm straight into heaven.
Man, I heard you can go from place to place by traveling, like, cause we are made of light or something like that. We can transform into light and transfer to one place to another by
I mixed
traveling
up
the speed of
Hinduism and
light.
Buddhism, by the way. My bad, y'all. Go ahead.
You said Buddhism?
Yeah, I mixed the two up just now when I was just talking, but go ahead.
Yeah, we can probably travel in the speed of light, because we are already light beings, so we probably can travel in the one place to another by the speed of light. Maybe we can pick up somebody energy or somebody frequency. Let's just say I can pick up your frequency wherever you at, and I can, teleport over there from where you at is right now by traveling through the speed of light.
Yeah. Man, I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting tired, bro. This thing is 5 hours long, bro. This is the longest live I ever did. Longest stream ever. So
yeah, we can do it again sometime.
Because I was on with Pat for a while before you came on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I need to we can get some more people in here too at the same time.
Yeah, so
Everybody
tell your friends and family to check me out, because I'm gonna be doing this, and what I want to do is I want everybody to talk, because I want to build a community, and we want to build activists, and we're gonna pool our resources, we're gonna pool our knowledge, we're gonna get together, and we're gonna go out into the community, and we're gonna make things better. That's what we're gonna do here at this channel. So, and I want you guys to tell me what I can do to make things better, how I can improve, how I can get you guys to communicate with each other, how we can build things. I want to hear all about whatever ideas you have. And the channel is open. It's open for people to come and talk about whatever the hell they want to talk about. And that's what we're going to be doing here. So, because I think that people learn a lot from regular ass conversations like these.
And then people been saying some good stuff in the comments.
Yeah, so like I say, everybody is learning. We all learning together, and I'll bring in whoever wants to talk, and they can come in and we'll talk about stuff, and hopefully at some point we'll start building something. We're already building something with this channel, but I mean building something bigger, greater, something outside that's not just this digital world, something that's in the physical world that's helping people and making things grow. I want to monetize this channel, but it's not really about money. I want to build a community together where people are out there becoming activists and trying to make things different. That's why some of this stuff is dry and boring if you watch some of my videos, but I'm trying to educate people, and I also want to, make them a little angry so that they can get ignited and get, get up off their butt and just go out there and try to make things happen, because we think we're weak. We think we don't have no power. They're making us feel powerless,
Yeah,
but we're not.
motionless too.
But we're not. And we're not zombie robots. We're alive. I'm a real boy. I'm not Pinocchio. I'm a real boy. So
And we ain't trying to become no slave to technology.
and I exist in the real world, in the real physical world, and I know that my power is real. But
That's
when
right.
we come together as a community,
You gotta know it's real. Like Morpheus say.
I know it's
Morpheus
real.
told Neo.
I know it's real. I know it.
Yeah.
I know it. That's why I can fly around this damn place. But that's just me flying around. I want everybody to do it together, and so we can build a fucking beautiful world, man. We can build a beautiful future for our children, man. Because this shit is out here is trash, bro. We need to crash the matrix. We need to unplug, and we need to go back to nature. And this global shit is not what it needs to be. We need to be local. Everything local. We buy our food locally. We buy our clothes. We buy everything locally. We start manufacturing locally. And then this is what needs to change. This is the direction that we need to go in.
And we all got one source that's
for the whole world, bro, because people watch this in other places. I got views. My analytics won't break it down, but I think it's in the Caribbean and Africa and some people in the UK. They're watching my shit. And I want you guys to know, everybody around the world in your community, go out there and make a difference and make a change and make it, because y'all know this shit is shit. So go out there and fucking make it better, bro. Fix it. We can do it together as a team. Our power is great as in groups.
That's true. And they know that too. The people out there know that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like I say, I'm getting fucking tired. I really had fun doing this, bro. I appreciate you calling
me too.
in, man.
I always like talking and stuff about this.
Yeah, and I've been trying to get you for the longest, bro. I thought you was scared, bro.
Man, I be working, man. I working. 2 jobs and stuff.
Tell your friends or whoever, everybody, man. I want them to call in and fucking, talk about. I'm not gonna pressure people. I want to interview them mostly. I want people to talk because I do a lot of talking, but when I want to listen to you guys, I want to hear what you guys have to say. I want to hear y'all opinions and y'all thoughts and y'all, opening up your mind. We're gonna talk about politics. We're gonna talk about spirituality. We're gonna talk about race. We're going to talk about homelessness. We're going to talk about community. We're going to talk about communism. We're going to talk about capitalism, economics, building wealth, marriage, relationships.
A whole bunch of stuff, especially working at the jobs, the way it make you feel, far as spiritually, make you feel tired spiritually. That's part of the matrix. Make your body tired and stuff like that,
And I feel a lot better since I've been doing this channel, because I guess I watched a video and it was talking about how creative people literally die if they don't create. And I was thinking about that. I was like, damn. And our system kind of is oppressive to creative people. So then they force you to not create because it's not making no money. They want you to just make money. Whatever you're doing is supposed to make money. And if it's not making money, then they're like, what the point is doing that? But you just like, I just want to create shit. I don't give a damn if it makes money or not. I enjoy creating shit. But then they push that on you. And then what happens is the creative person literally dies. That's what he was saying in the video. It was like, it physically kills you to not create when you are a creator.
Yes, that's true. It's like a bird can't fly in a cage. You know what I'm saying? They try to marginalize you, and you got to be able to let stuff out, out there in the world, and let it, let it be free, and that way more stuff will be created out in the world, Can't keep stuff down for too long, But yeah, man, that stuff just have to be. You have to be free. You know, cause I like coming up with new ideas and stuff. I want to start my own clothing line and stuff. I haven't started that yet. I was gonna do a design and stuff, start my own clothing line, and come up with a certain beverage. You know, that I want to make my own experiment of a beverage and start selling it as well. But I'm just being patiently waiting. It's gonna happen, but sometimes it takes time to do that, you know. And I'm not gonna have my own podcast or anything, but I'm gonna start making like YouTube videos too.
Do it. I
And
tell everybody, bro.
it's
It's
mostly
plenty of
gonna be
space.
comedy videos. You know, I know sometimes I could be funny, you know, tell jokes and stuff.
And I tell everybody, do it, man. Do it. There's plenty of space out here, man. We don't have to compete. And if you doing it, I'm gonna bring you on the channel every damn time. You know what I'm saying? We can
Really?
become a community of YouTube channels or some shit. You never know, bro. You never know, bro. I'm trying to make mine. That's why it's King Chalk Entertainment. But I'm trying to make mine so where it's a actual fucking like what you call it, like a TV station, because I'm gonna do music, I'm gonna do little short skits and little movies.
Bro, that I like,
little
man. Listen to me, man.
little
That song,
documentaries, music
man.
videos. What song?
What's that song? My favorite one you made. Shit. Private numbers on my phone. No meal when I'm home, bro. You play that, man. People on TikTok that somebody do a skit on that, it's gonna go viral. I'm telling you, that's a hit, Chop. That's what people want to hear. People like that type of stuff. People like drama. People like that type of stuff. They want something that they want to laugh at or something they can relate to. You know what I'm saying? That I don't know if you know too much about that song, bro, but I know that's a hit. No cap, that's a hit, bro.
Well, I got a lot of shit files that I'm probably gonna release, but I also have a bunch of shit at the studio that never really got finished, like a bunch of incomplete stuff. And I'm thinking about going to the studio and you know,
play that
finishing up
song
some
right there, man. That's one of my favorite songs. That could be the one. You know, everybody make music. You know what I'm saying? But they be having that one song and it blow up. You know what I'm saying? That one song, even though they have, even though they make music afterwards and stuff like that, but that's the one, bro. I like it. People want to hear stuff like that. I'm telling you.
Well, shit. Go to the video. Share the whole on your Facebook page and shit. Tell people to come to my damn channel. Shit. You know what I was gonna say? That's what I want to say before I wrap this up.
Yeah.
You know, I have 50 subscribers now. I think that was the chick who came on here. Yeah. I think she was my 50th subscriber. I didn't realize it. They said it on the other stream when I was talking, but I need 950 subscribers for me to monetize my channel. So I have to get like 5,000 hours of viewing. I think I can get that, but I need 950 subscribers to monetize my channel. So I mean, I'm not gonna be like those other channels and be asking people for money and shit all the time and asking.
Unless you come out with your own clothing line or something.
Yeah, at some point if it gets big enough. But I'm not gonna be the one asking people for money all the time. But what I do want people to do is try to get people to subscribe to my channel, because that'll actually help me. If you can share the videos with people or tell people about the channel. You know, if they don't like it, they don't like it. It's not for everyone. It's totally okay. I'm okay with that. But I think I can get 1,000 subscribers. I think I can get 950 subscribers.
It's most definitely. It'll take some time, you know.
But that's what I'm saying. If you guys could help me out with that, share the videos, tell people to subscribe to the channel. You know, talk about the stuff all the time. And they don't even have to subscribe. How about this? Tell them to call in, because I'm going to be doing these lives regularly. and I'm gonna want them to call in and share their perspective. I mean, bro, don't be scared. Get on here and talk what you feel, man. Get it off your chest. Get off your heart.
Yeah,
because that's what this is. It's an outlet for everyone, a creative outlet for everyone, so they can feel better. Because things are crazy out here. We need something to make us feel better.
He gonna be the new Professor X, huh? They have a school for everybody to come in this motherfucker. I'll be the new Professor X. You know, he talked to the mutants and stuff. You know, he speak with them, and he was that was their leader or whatever. He talked to them telepathically and stuff like that. They hear him every now and then. Yeah, Professor X. But yeah, man, I'll support, man. No doubt about that. And we have to do this again sometime, bro.
Yeah, let me play something a little bit funny to wrap it up. Let's see.
Okay.
All right. There was an American Airlines flight from Fort Worth, Texas to Charlotte, North Carolina. Typical flight, nothing strange really happening, regular people on the flight. All of a sudden, a white woman on the flight jumps up out of her seat and starts yelling. You, 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 you. And she wasn't talking to nobody, man. It was crazy. People start freaking out like, what's wrong with this lady? This lady's losing her damn mind. Then she runs to the airplane door and she tries to open it. She tries to open the airplane door while the plane was in mid-flight. Do you understand what would happen if you were to open an airplane door while the plane is in mid-flight? First of all, the cabin pressure would drop. People that weren't securely fastened down would get sucked out the plane and die. Then, anybody who didn't have an oxygen mask would die as they would suffocate because they wouldn't be able to breathe. And then the plane would piece by piece begin to fall apart. That's what would happen. Everybody on the plane would die, including the crazy lady. Now, I say all that to say this. When you vote for a horrible candidate, a horrible politician, a sellout corporate Democrat, or a sellout Republican corporatist piece of garbage, racist, bigoted, one of those people, what you're doing is you're opening up the damn plane door in mid-flight. And you are basically trying to kill everybody. All of us, because we're all on a plane with you. Now, if you dumb enough that you want to vote for one of these people, just like if you dumb enough to want to open an airplane door while you're in the middle of the air, that's fine. But do that shit on your own plane. We're on the plane with you. And we ain't trying to die just because you crazy. Wolfpack. Dumb motherfuckers. Read.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I seen it, bro.
Man, I want everybody to go subscribe to that nigga channel. Man. I love that shit. What do you think about that? You know what I think? It's like the analogy of the plane is kind of like the Earth, right? Because it's really like the Earth is like a spaceship flying through space, right? And we have this atmosphere around us that's keeping us with oxygen, and we're flying on this spaceship through space. But we only have the one. We only have the one Earth. We only have the one plane. We only have the one spaceship. So as a community, we have to, you know, take care of this spaceship. And if someone is, you know, threatening, you know, the spaceship, the integrity of it, then we need to deal with them, you know. And that's what I feel like the major corporations are You know, these big major conglomerates, these monopolies, they are the ones that's opening the damn door on the plane while we're flying in the plane because they thinking about some profit shit so they can make some more money. So they're gonna make some more money by opening the damn plane. But meanwhile, you know, the rest of us is on the plane and we acting like we don't care. And meanwhile, the fucking plane gonna come apart and crash.
Yeah. We would definitely have to take care of that, man. Take care of them people, man. We most definitely got to take care of the earth because it'll take care of us, you know.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm making this channel. I think we do need to take care of those people, the ones that's trying to open the damn. They trying to open the door on the plane. We need to take care of them motherfuckers. Anyways, bro, I'm gonna wrap it. We had 5.5 hours, bro. Love to you, Keita. Love to Brendan. This nigga stayed on the whole, almost the whole damn broadcast.
Ooh.
So he was there with us. The comments that I was reading was from this. Most of them was from the one guy. He stayed with us the whole time. So peace and love to everybody. I love y'all. Be activists in y'all community. Let's make this happen. Peace.
Peace.
Till next time.